It tallied 1.52 million on-demand streams, making it number 5 on streaming, and 18.3 million in radio reach, making it number 48 on radio. Adekunle Gold's Many People lifts to a new peak of number 12 in its third week on the chart. Ribina and Joe Boy's Aduni rises to a new high of number 16. How do you feel about those records and your impressions outside of the top 10 so far?
You said which one was number 12?
Adekunle Gold's Many People. Many people.
I'm actually disappointed. I thought it would be top 10. And I really like the Adoni song too. I like Many People. I like Adoni.
Yeah.
Great songs. Yeah.
Nice. All right. Cool stuff, man. Appreciate everyone again. For those that are just stepping in, welcome to ATTW. We're going to kick off with the top 10 songs in the country right now with turntable charts, the only aggregate chart system that puts together radio and streaming. Okay. And at this week's number 10, kicking us off, we have our very own Burna Boy's former number 1, In Love, drops from number 7 to number 10 this week. What a run for that record. Still showing up yet again at the top 10. Obviously it's been dropping for a while, but still holding up. How do you feel about Burna Boy's Love?
It's been several weeks since the album came out. Several months actually.
Yeah.
So I'm excited, and he started his tour, so
yeah.
I think one thing about Burna is when he performs a song on tour, the reaction that you've had before is always amplified. Not amplified, but songs you might not have liked, like once you hear him perform them, you end up liking them. So
fair.
I'm excited.
Is it safe to say this record is in the running for Song of the Year?
I mean, not my Song of the Year, but definitely Song of the Year for some people. I think that's fair. I think it's been several months.
It's been
several months removed from the album, and it's still doing good. So,
yeah. Nice. All right, then that brings us up to this week's number 9. We have Zlatan and King Madi's Demons moves from number 24 to number 9 following the release of Zlatan's latest album, Symbol of Hope. Okay, it tallied 39.3 million in radio airplay impressions, making it number 9 on radio. 947,000 on-demand streams, making it number 28 on streaming. It is the second top 10 entry of the album, joining Get Better with Fola, which peaked at number 2 on the charts earlier this year. We like this record, right? King Madi, Zlatan, this was a very good record. I remember.
I like that record.
Yeah.
I don't know how other people feel about it, but I like it.
Yeah, it's a decent record. Definitely enjoyed King Madi on that one too as well. And it's here at number 9. Nice. Moving up to number 8 this week, we have Odumodu Black, Big Time with Wizkid, falls from number 3 last week to number 8 this week. Any thoughts, any feelings on that one?
That's a scary jump.
Yeah, 3 to 8, maybe. It's not scary, but yeah, it is quite a jump. But anyway, man, that was Odumodu with Big Time featuring Wizkid at number 8 this week. Moving up to number 7, we have Adekunle Gold with Only God Can Save Me featuring Davido, lifts from number 10 to number 7 this week. Clear momentum for that record. It makes sense. All right, moving up to number 6, we have Odumodu Black yet again with Industry Machine, dropping from number 5 to number 6 this week. All right, at number 5 this week, we have Black Bones and Fola with Despacito. Launches at number 5 on this week's official top 100 with 54.9 million in radio airplay impressions and making it number 5 on radio and 115 or 1.15 rather million on-demand streams, making it number 20 on streaming. It is the biggest debut and highest charting single of Black Bose's latest studio album, No Excuses. So Fola, yet again, another top 10 entry this year, and the highest for the Black Bones album. How we feeling? How we feel?
Breakout artist Abi. It's Abi next rated. What was the
Yeah,
what was
that was
what was
definitely where Fola was sitting. But obviously, there's a lot of conversation now that we will get to later tonight.
everybody else will be fine.
For
Do
sure,
you
for
guys
sure.
really want to enter that conversation?
Yeah, we will.
Not
We
right
will.
now, but later.
Definitely
Later.
not now. Definitely not now, but eventually. All right. That brings us up to number 4 this week, holding the same position. Guess who? You guys want to take a guess? Who's at number 4? Anyone?
Is it OD?
It's Fola yet again with you
Well, I did.
holding up at number 4 this week for yet another week. I don't know how long this song has been here, but it's been a while. The song has spent 11 weeks in the top 10. Actually, to just made it clear.
You or is this one condition?
You are the one I love. You
Oh,
are the
okay.
one I trust. Yeah. Fola's You holds yet again at number 4 this week. The song has spent 11 weeks in the top 10 entry, in the top 10 of the official singles chart in Nigeria. Big record, man. Big record. Definitely one of my favorites from him as well. But let's get into at our number 3 this week, man. Our number 3 this week, we have SARS. Okay? We have SARS Getting Paid, featuring Wizkid, Asake, and Skilly Bang. All right. Which obviously is dipping from number 3, dipping from number 2 peak down to number 3 this week. All right. Quick recap on this week's top 10 before we get to our top 2 songs this week. At number 10 this week, we had Burna Boy, former number 1 with Love. All right. Number 9, we had Zlatan and King Madi with Demons. At number 8, we had Odumodu Black with Big Time, featuring Wizkid. At number 7, we had Only God Can Save Me, Adekunle Gold featuring Davido. At number 6, we had Odumodu Black, Industry Machine. At number 5, we had Black Bones and Fola's Despacito. At number 4, we have Fola with You. At number 3, SARS Getting Paid with Wizkid, Asake, and Skilly Bang. And at number 2, ladies and gentlemen, making a debut, we have Ira Star and Rema. Who is that girl? Oh, who's that girl? Rather, debuts at number 2 on the official Nigeria Top 100 after tallying 2.83 million on-demand streams, making it number 1 on streaming, and 52 million in radio airplay impressions, making it number 6 on radio. It is Ira Star's biggest debut and the highest charting entry of 2025, surpassing the number 3 peaks of Gimme That with Wizkid and Hot Body. All right. How we feel? Ira and Rema at number 2 this week.
Who's number 1? It's what me I don't understand.
That was not my question, bro.
That's my own question.
Don't worry about it, please. Number 2 is perfect.
Number 2 should be number 1.
All right. And then if you have nothing to say about number 2, and then we can move on to number 1. At number 1 this week,
Sorry,
you probably
can I
guessed it. A 7th consecutive week.
Why is it number 2?
Wait, can you guys hear me?
What happened to 1?
Wait, hold on, David.
Why is
Just
it
hold,
2?
hold on,
What
David.
happened to
Hold
1?
on
Why
one
is it
sec.
not
Oh
1?
my God. Hold
Wait.
on 1 second.
Who's talking?
His name is David, and he wants to support his sister in the Lord. But you will wait 1 second, okay?
All right.
Just
I
1
don't know why I can't see
Please
the
continue.
mic. Anyway, that brings us to number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Rema's Fun spends a 7th week, a 7th consecutive week, might I add, by the way, At number 1 on the official Nigeria Top 100. Okay, the song tallied 72.6 million in radio reach, making it number 1 on radio, and 2.39 million on-demand streams on making it number 2 on streaming, as it rules the official singles chart in Nigeria for 7th consecutive week. As a result, it is now the longest number 1 entry in the official Nigeria Top 100, surpassing Davido's With You, featuring Omale, and Fido's Joy Is Coming. I think that's the longest this year, is what that meant to say. But we could confirm that. But yeah, man, this was number 1 this week with Rema. How are we feeling? How are we feeling about that record? Still holding up this?
Song of the year. Song of the year.
I'm still very happy about it being number 1. I can't wait till next week. Hopefully, Rema and Ira break that and become number 1. But I like that those are the 2 songs that are sustaining. I don't know. There are so many things about this top 10 that is very fascinating. If I had to pick an Adekunle Gold song that made it to top 10, it would have been Many People.
Not Only God Can Save Me.
Which is funny because randomly in the middle of the day, I'll just start saying Only God Can Save Me. It's just that first part is very catchy.
Yeah.
I'm very happy for our sister Ira. Always want her to be on top, so love that for her. Excited, can't wait for her to be number 1. Need her to get that number 1. I think so far, she's the only female artist that has gotten a number 1, if I believe.
This year?
Not just this
you
year,
mean general?
On turntable, yes.
Ooh.
I believe so. I can be corrected.
Yeah, no, I mean, it sounds about
but
right.
I believe that was the thing.
It sounds about right.
I'm not shocked that the Odumodu songs are dropping. Also, Despacito being up there, but ACL being number 11. Also fascinating. Very interesting.
I mean, and if you're speaking of the songs you would think from an album that would be in the top 10, yeah, like ACL not being in the top 10, it's pretty crazy.
But wait, though, it's
Despacito.
probably because Despacito is getting like more radio plays. I don't think
ACL can go on radio.
No, not that ACL can go on radio. Like, you know how like this album thing is, like one song was already going to go on radio. Do you understand? Regardless of if anything was going to happen, and which is Despacito. Like that is the song that they are pushing, kind of. However, like ACL is having like a more like organic post
online Bob.
Yes. So like if you check it, like I think ACL has more streaming, but Despacito is not that far behind. Do you understand? But if you now compare it with like the radio push, I don't think there is a radio push on Despacito. I'm sorry for interrupting you at that time. Mommy and Daddy as number 1 and number 2 it's not a bad.
No, it's not a bad thing. I think like KD can correct me, but the Ira thing, if I remember correctly when they said it, it was she's the only female artist that's been number 1 as a solo artist.
Probably because I remember Forever with Omale and Jackie, and I remember People Libianca. I don't know if we went number 1, but.
People didn't go number 1.
All I can say is Omale's name has been thrown a lot in this past 5 minutes. That's all I can say.
It was just once.
It's not once. You see.
What was the other time Omale was mentioned?
Twice. You mentioned With You.
The
people number 1. You see.
Sure thing.
But my dollar will try.
Sure thing.
People should wait until second landlord is coming. We should have fun.
Just to emphasize again the split between ACL and Despacito, based on what Losboy was saying, 1.5 million on-demand streams, making number 5 on streaming for ACL, 18.3 million in radio, and it's number 48 on radio, which compared to Despacito, it is number 5 on radio. So yeah, there is a lot of radio love for Despacito. For sure. Okay. Any other points? Any other things to knock off the top 10? Any other questions? Oh, also, all the longest. Sorry, just to bring you guys back to speed in terms of the longest number one entries on official singles chart history. At number one still remains "Lonely at the Top" by Asake, which had 13 weeks. Then we had "Godly" by Omale. Shout out to Lost Boy. "Godly" by Omale at number 11. We had "Twe by Wizkid and Davido at number 10. Oh, sorry, for 10 weeks. We had "Sip Alcohol" by Joe Boy at 10 weeks as well. "Fun" by Rema sits at number 5 for the all-time with 7 weeks. And "Bandana" by Fireboy and Asake at 7 weeks. "Bugalololo" by Wizkid and Techno at 7 weeks as well. "For You" by Tenny featuring Davido, 7 weeks. "With You" by Davido and Omale at 6 weeks. "Joy Is Coming" by Fido at 6 weeks. So those are the longest number one entries so far in the chart history that started since 2020. So yeah, so far so
Please,
far.
I have a question. No, I have a question for Turntable.
Yep.
Where is grooving?
Why did you ask it like that?
Trust now. Trust
Another beautiful song. There are songs that I would expect to see in top 10 that I'm not seeing. Interesting.
Yeah. I know, right? Anyway, cool stuff, man. We wanted to kick off the conversation this week with our very own, but I might have to check in terms of timeline when we'll have our guests. But we can kick off the conversation right now to what's in front of us on the Jumbotron. Mavo has gotten quite the level of, like, obviously stamp and endorsements from the GOATs. Just put out 2 songs. One that featured 3 songs actually this past weekend. One of them with CK already doing its bits right now. Shout out to Meat Pie lovers. I'm sure everybody has made their order recently for their next pack of Meat Pie. But we had a song with Wizkid on the South Giddy EP. And then we had a remix to one of his bigger records with Davido, Shaka Bulizi. And obviously begs the question, because there was a lot of reaction to those stamps, to those endorsements. A lot of people feel, at least what I got in terms of the reaction to it, is that a lot of people felt it was undeserved. And and I've seen some interesting conversations around how so many other artists that, quote unquote, in some people's view, deserve it more. And which is obviously a weird thing to just put out there, to say, like, someone deserves being platformed or being given opportunities more than someone else in terms of their career trajectory. But I want to open up the floor to this new found love for Mavo that is going to be in the conversation now for possibly the next Rated, or at least whoever is known as the breakout acts this year. I think Mavo definitely has earned that placement in the conversation. But I'm curious, how do you feel about the reaction to his endorsement, and how polarizing his music has gone out to be? Yeah, go ahead.
I'll say 2 things. First thing, the meat pie line, your body's meat pie, 10 over 10 line. Actually, I don't know why people have a problem with that line. I think that's a fabulous line. Then that song, that Tumoweto song, beautiful song, lovely song. As an artist, though, I can see why there might be slight issues. Am I a fan of Mavo? Not necessarily. Like, but I know his music, and I'm fascinated with the way he speaks because he's just making up his own language as it goes, and I love that for him. But I think, in fact, this would be a perfect place to insert the whole. We were just talking about Fola being X-rated to like. This is the kind of situation where that's rolling around. I mean, song with Davido, song with Wizkid, not necessarily like the best songs ever made. And the song with CK,
Wow.
oh my God, the song with CK, sure. Um, but like there are so many like side quest things that I think what it is, if I'm being completely honest, is that when somebody becomes popular or has some sort of tiny following, they gain a lot of like, oh, I want to tap into this, I want to tap into this. And so he drops Escaladizi, he drops, is it Shakapulizi, he starts getting a following, people are listening. And so all of a sudden, everybody's like, oh, this is the new hip thing, I want to tap into it. And I'm happy for him. That means success is coming his way. But is it sustainable? Zero idea. Wish him the best of luck. I will be jamming to the ones I like. And whoever said that your body's meat pie line is not good, you people don't know anything. If anything, the person you people should be fighting is whoever they hired as video vixen. Because I couldn't tell if she and Mavo were fighting each other or what was going on
That was for the
behind
Wizkid
that other.
record. That
Yeah,
was
that
for the
was the
Wizkid
other
song.
video. Yeah, yeah. No, but there was even one video with CK and him, and there was
Oh
the
yeah,
vixen.
yeah,
She was on the car. She was, all of them. They should arrest everybody involved. No, everybody involved should just be arrested, Sha. But good luck to him. Wish him the best.
yeah. All right, all right. Yeah, man. Appreciate that, Dante. I know you had your hand up and then lost, boy.
Alright, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I think why the comparison with Fala was interesting to me was it reminded me of what KD said, about the comparison with Fala's Run and Omale, and it was this thing people have about people who are not making necessarily club records, right? So I was like, oh, okay, I get it now. Like Marvel is making like right now, he's making a lot of club records. So and there's like a lot of energy behind this record. So I felt like that was why the comparison between Marvel and Fallout was that was the first thing. Secondly, I I think saying people don't deserve something is somehow because life isn't scripted, and even if life is scripted, you do not have access to anybody's script. Right? You
Mhm.
don't know what's gonna happen for anybody. So it's like, what is this? And like, I think people are wasting their energy on music they don't like. Right? Like all your
Thank you.
2, 5, 10 tweets on Marvel and or whoever. Like, can't you put us on like music that you enjoy? Do you grab?
Yeah.
Instead of because like this is like me saying it out of care for everybody's taste. Because it's like, okay, instead of doing this, like it's your opinion at the end of the day, but instead of doing this, let us know what you even like. Do you understand?
Mhm.
Like that's the more positive thing because if the thing that keeps coming through the media, through everything to your phone, you're like, what's this? They call them the future of whatever. You might have an issue with it. You're like, okay, okay, what is the thing you do like? You know, people
Right.
make different types of music all over this country. Anyways, I keep going roundabout. I can speak on the music, right? We're not just talking
Yeah, yeah,
about
yeah. Of course.
yeah. So first of all, I'm glad for everything happening to Marvel and for Marvel right now. I think it's dope to see the cosigns, right? Like I think it's lit and it just goes to show for me like how far he has come. Regarding the songs, it's going, man. The record with CK, is on repeat. The record with Wizkid is good. Like the Davido's verse is like calm. I wish I got more from Davido because I feel like he could play more in this field because
Yeah.
there was the remix with Focalistic he did that was crazy. So I was expecting that level of like skillmanship or whatever like the word is. So, but for This one, yeah, nah, he cooked because Marvel, guys, I think Marvel is just the guy, and his stuff as an identity. Like there's a sense
Yeah.
of originality to it that I'm
Mm-hmm.
just like, I always have to accept it for what it
Mm-hmm.
is. Like the lyrics people are complaining about is so funny, and I can't take credit for majority of something that I will say now because it was like tweets I saw about people saying like one I'll say wise man said if body can be if body can be tea, why can't it be meat pie? You know that was hilarious, and I'm like, you know what, fair enough. You know, it's going because then some people try to break down pie and make it deeper on some Kendrick Lamar, whatever. But you know that's that. But I'm going through the lyrics and I'm like, bro, this guy said cut soap. I'm like, have you never shared skincare with your babe before? That is genius level writing to me. Like that's those are the places my own head goes when I see it writing. I'm like, okay, how can this be interpreted? As
Right.
much as people might want to take his music as fast food music, I'm like, to me, there is interpretation for things. There is depth if you want to look for it. I
Yeah.
do find depth for people I have bias for. Just everybody should be aware of that. But yeah, man, that is like my own thing. I'm like, man, guys,
Yeah.
it's not that crazy. It is not.
Yeah. I mean, Mavo is not the first polarizing act to take off. I mean, we literally saw a wave of so many acts come through this type of reactions where they would divide the crowd and spark a lot of controversy and conversation about their music and debate about the music. It's almost as if it feels like that's the secret sauce, man. Is to
Being polarizing, right?
yeah.
Like
It's almost
people
as if
think
it's to
music that
like the music doesn't necessarily have to come through the conventional lens of like good. Like it doesn't have to be like how people typically view music and the way people view talent as well. I think we might need to have the conversation about the subjectivity of talent. I think that's another broader conversation. Because
I think people
yeah.
don't like. First of all, I think I'm starting to agree that people don't know what they want, like the audience. They,
Okay.
they, yeah, that's because, bro, it's weird. It's weird that something makes noise, right? There's noise behind it, and you come and you're like, no, this isn't it. This is whatever. Okay, but like, music can exist in different forms. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of the 20 the SoundCloud era where the Yachty guys came and the Lil Uzi, and it was kind of like these people were like, "What are these guys on?" But the thing that couldn't be denied was that there were people connecting with the music,
Yeah.
right? But then certain people were like, "This is not what we think rap is. This is not what we think people should sing like." You know, people like Black, you
Mm-hmm.
know, and whatnot. They were like, they had to fight through that. They're like, okay, you don't have to sound a certain way just because you're a singer, right? And I think people need to shut out their like walls of this is what music should be.
Yes.
There are
Thank you.
reasons. There are
Thank
reasons
you.
there should be different genres,
Yes.
and this somebody is bringing quote unquote like new lamba, new language. You need to recognize that as some level of genius. I'm sorry, these guys
Yeah.
respect that talent. Yeah,
Yeah, man. Anyway, appreciate it. Just keep the ball rolling. Chibi. Sorry, Lost Boy, and then Chibi.
Okay. First of all, I want to start from the song Dance. Right. I just feel like people do this to me, like people are not directing their attention to where their attention should be directed. Amaka, well, this with passport, but we chop it. Meat pie is not a wild thing to eat in Afrobeats. That song dance, the person that people should be attacking is CK. I don't know what CK sang in that song.
the song I want to
Sorry.
dance now.
See, please. That's
So, so
CK's.
your problem is really seeking the whole thing.
See, my problem is CK. People have been attacking the meat pie and left what CK went to go and sing
Oh,
in the song that is the owner of the song. I don't know what he was doing in that place, but his part is, let me not say
it's
horrendous,
annoying.
is annoying. Like, and
I mean,
he's singing in that his annoying voice that he used to use. That voice is so annoying. I don't know why he sings that way, but it's so annoying. You're saying something, Pepe Lema?
no, I was gonna say it's funny because like I think two people said it on here on the app. Somebody said, you people are angry about your bodies like meat pie, but you people, they said, when I look into your eyes, all I see is your waist. And you people took it. You people took it very well. You were seeing
Well,
waist.
there's context
And
to
then,
that line though that we should
I
not.
Yes,
mean, okay,
also
sure.
that
And
guy,
then
that's one of the best lines ever in
yeah,
Afrobeats.
and then
So
there was the one about like when what was the whole explanation of like pi is 3.14 and it's meat and they say your meat pie and see the, the line is you're right when you say anyway all of that was to say you're right when you say people are angry about the wrong thing really, so I agree.
Okay, so for anyone that doesn't
Yes.
know the context to, when I look into your eyes, all I see is your waist. The in the previous lines in the record, it says when she look into my eyes, all she sees is designer, Gucci, Prada, and everything. Establishing a template here, basically in context that whatever you're seeing in the other person's eye is exactly what you want, right? Exactly what you want
um
out of them.
so designer is equating to waste.
Yeah, so it's just
transactional relationship
it's just
and his
making
own
note
line was about
of
loss.
yeah, it's just
Yes.
making note about transaction.
Davido
um,
has his Afrobeat philosopher moment.
yeah.
That was one of them. My
Uh,
own is okay. Sorry, Ima, before
so
you
no,
see
go
that
ahead, go
I
ahead, go
took
ahead.
time, let me finish my rant at that. Please, people should flog Siki and they should flog him because I don't know what's if not for Marvel on that record. That record is going nowhere because of what he was singing. Like if I can read the lines to you, it sounds crazy.
Okay,
The
let's not
the
do that.
Davido and Shaka Breezy.
Uh huh.
Yes, for the I think that Davido's verse is like one of the like he had things to work with, but I don't think he delivered like optimal
Yeah.
for me personally. And I think that's also my problem with Marvel as a whole, right? I can understand Marvel. He's like his lyrics have come from anywhere. Like I've been eating Shay vibes from the beginning. Not from the beginning, but from where my own beginning, where it was sweet for me, sha. So my issue with Marvel is, and he's a new act, like he's still like working on it and everything. My issue with Marvel is he has not like perfected the delivery, right? So the lines are not the problem for me. My problem is the delivery of the lines. Like he hasn't like if you listen to like his older records, right? He has like better delivery. And like it's not as if like he doesn't have like talent for me. Like I don't
Okay.
think that he's like a whack artist. I just think that he's at this stage of his career where like he's so popular, right? Everybody's asking him for a verse. So obviously he has to write more, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's writing more on the road. Then the beat selection, I don't know how they are doing it, sha, but let's say hypothetically he gets sent like the beat back, right? And he has to like drop his own lines on it. On some instances, he gets the delivery great. On some instances, his delivery is not the best.
All right.
I think on dance and this money is constant. You can see that his delivery like was not like the crazy best. I think on attack, his delivery was nice on attack. Like um on
He had
the
like
if you
four
listen
bars on
to
attack.
but you know when we're talking about how Shadi Poppy should speak less, that's where we are. That's where we are. Sorry, Shadi Poppy, but it like when you are saying too much, that's when there's a problem. See, the money is constant. He was just saying, oh, like he was just saying a lot
All
at
right.
the same time, not saying anything.
All right then.
I don't know if you get what I mean.
This is
Like,
not child's play, bro.
you
Right.
see, what I'm saying, like right now for me, less he has to work with, the more he has to like fine tune whatever he's bringing. I don't know if you get what I mean.
Right.
When
So
you
in summary,
when
it's
you
just the
give him,
delivery.
yes, his delivery is not my two goats of this Afrobeat P, Omale and Rema. They have their delivery to the T. If you can, even the With You song that everybody shouted, what did Omale even say in With You? Doubles, like delivery is king.
All right.
Delivery is king.
Got it. Got it. Got it.
Once he can perfect his delivery, like the way Shay Vibes too, like had like the whole era, but like he was working on it until he just clicked
All
to the
right.
point where
All right.
like nobody could deny the talent anymore. I think that he will be like good, but till then, sure,
All
there'll be
right.
hits and there'll be misses. Yeah.
For sure.
Please
For sure.
allow me a 30 seconds. I know I took a long time, but let me just say regarding money constant, I think something that took away from Marvel Shine was the choo 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 like Amapiano sound. It was kind of distracting from
That thing is
the way he
annoying.
was.
That thing was very
That
annoying.
that
Okay,
that wasn't a good verse. The Money Constant wasn't a good verse. But anyway,
no, it's not about
let me open the
that thing
floor.
was
Let me open the floor.
distracting.
Let me open the floor, guys. Dari, real quick. What's good?
Indeed, indeed. Um, I think in terms of like Marvel, like first and foremost, you can't
Sorry,
really
Dari.
police.
Your mic seems buried somewhere under something. It could be a lot
Just a
clearer.
second. In a second.
No problem. No problem. I think in the meantime we also have our president.
Is it better now?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Okay. So like on the Marvel P, I think first and foremost you can't really police when people should get things and if they're deserving of certain things because you don't know their entire story. It's when you find out about them you begin to like know things about them. So like I think things are happening for him and people can't really police when a cosign should come or when it shouldn't come and all of that. Yeah, but people are not saying they're trying to arrest his development now. But anyways, that's aside. Yeah, but in terms of like um, the remix with Davido,
Yeah.
I think it's because like
Oh snap! I think we lost it.
people
Dari.
want to put themselves in certain. Can
Sorry,
you hear me?
we lost you for a bit. You're back now. You're back now.
Yeah, yeah, call Kevin. So like I think people want to put themselves in certain spaces. There are very limited club records that are really popping this year. I think we've had that discussion on this space.
Mm-hmm.
And I think people like David, Weez, they definitely want to be in the clubs. It's December.
Yeah.
We're having that to December and all of that.
Mm-hmm.
So I understand like um them tapping him up and for the remix and for the other song because the Money Constant record definitely is targeted at the clubs too because this is
Yep.
piano
Mm-hmm.
definitely. So like I understand the rationale behind this this cosigns and these
Mm-hmm.
decisions and all of that.
Yeah.
In terms of like why Mavo is popping, I think definitely yeah, he's probably one of the few people acts that are targeting the clubs right now. That's one. But secondly, I also think he's bringing new elements into it, and I think new elements, whether people like it or they don't like it, sounds off as innovative in any way
Yeah.
we want to classify it, and so that's happening. So then, in terms of like all these lines about meat pie and all of those things, I think people always forget that one constant part of Afrobeats is lamba. It doesn't even need to make sense. So far, I was tweeting about that earlier this week, and I think the last speaker touched on it.
Yeah.
So far, your delivery comes through.
Mm-hmm.
So far, like the confidence is there and all of those things. You can literally say this thing has been timed from. It has been from the onset. You remember the band telling people that he's an entertainer, and he goes off and he says, "I don't even have
Dude.
to say anything to make
Yeah.
sense,"
Yeah.
and he goes
Mm-hmm.
off and all of those things. So it's
Shibidi-bidi-bidi-bidi-bidi-bidi.
yeah. So it's part of the culture. So far, your delivery lands right.
Yeah.
People just you're in the club. You're not trying to think too much. You're trying to move your feet,
Yeah.
trying to have a vibe, and all of those things. So I think that's what it is.
Yep.
Um,
Spot on.
and we've seen similar acts break out. The likes of Charlie,
Yep.
even though people can even begin to layer certain things and interpret what they're saying because in the end people form their own interpretation of different things. There's literal interpretation and there's interpretation that people personalize and all of those things.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think it's what it is.
Yeah.
He's having his moment. I hope he can sustain it.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's really what it is.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Well said. Well said. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. I think I have President or did Chibi. Sorry, I don't know if I skipped Chibi the other time.
I was like, when's my
Sorry,
turn gonna
man.
come?
Sorry, man. Sorry, bro.
That's
I
all
will
right.
scream, oh. I will scream.
I won't scream, I beg. But let me touch this Marvel topic real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like Marvel. I predicted that he was going to like everybody was going to have to hear of him pretty soon. I think about 2 months ago or so. And it's just like, yeah, kind of the explosion. I mean, if you were behind the scenes, you kind of saw that the
Mm-hmm.
music that he had in the discography and just the moves they were making, that there was something coming up. But in terms of the quality of the music, which I think people are trying to speak on this space, I can understand the frustrations, right? The CK record, I don't particularly like hate it, and like I think like the previous person just said, like these records are geared towards the club, like they're trying to obviously score a December hit, and obviously with that kind of record, it's going to get plays. Like CK has a machine behind him, they're going to obviously push it. I think I just saw um the challenge they did for 10K dolls, at least even if it doesn't, take off, people are going to hear the record somewhere or somehow.
Mm-hmm.
But in terms of like the quality, I Marvel's delivery, right? I feel like he's someone that I feel like works closely with like his producer and like his sound engineer. Like for especially for Afrobeat artists who are not like, you're not like a singer, it's not like, oh, anywhere you go, you're just going to go and deliver. Like you need to, your sound has a certain sonic to it or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like Marvel, like maybe because he's hopping on people's songs and people's beats, he's not having that same level of comfortability he would have on his own records. So we're seeing his sound, like in some sense, not have the same effectiveness it would have when he's on his own records, like Tumuweto, and like even his own party records like Shaka Pulizi or Escaladizi. He's having to almost like come into these people's worlds or the worlds they almost perceived of him,
I think
to
there's a
kind of hop
clash there.
onto. Yes, and I feel like there's this idea, they have this idea that Marvel is this party club guy, but he's so much more than that. Like if you listen to his music, he's someone who can tell stories in a unique way. He can like, layer up and do like triple entendres and just like fun stuff. But I
Mm-hmm.
feel like because he got his moment in the club with the whole Shaka and
Yep.
Escala P, like obviously they're going to shoehorn you into that. And you're not going to complain, like you're going to obviously make the money as well because money constant, like the remix with Davido, all of those are obviously geared towards like the market, and
Yeah.
we know how short-lived an artist like lifespan can be. So it's like obviously while you would say, oh, um focus on building on the artistry and like making better music or dropping music that would like be more like impactful long term, at the same time you can understand why if you're hot in the clubs, just drop club music and like pop off there.
Right.
um yeah. On the other hand, the other thing I would say is that I do hope that he does have like, the quality records, because I feel like music will be a test of time. Like even if you can do the party records or whatever, like what will make you stick is actually dropping like quality projects, like quality music, like over time. And I think he does have that like in him. Like at least from what like his discography has said and what people are like as kind of saying behind the scenes.
Right.
Yeah, I think the only other thing I would kind of say on Marvel is that I think a lot is happening for him very soon. I feel like he's one of those artists who's having to learn on the job, the performing, the features, the even like he has the lifestyle unlock and a lot of other things. But I still see him like as someone who is budding. In comparison to Fola, I think that I would like kind of peep Fola as the person who has had like a more of a breakout year, and I would give Marvel like more of a rookie position. Like I think he has like in terms of breaking the from the underground into like mainstream, I think he's done well. But Fola has just peeped it for me in terms of actually like cementing himself in the industry, like besides the features or not. But let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the differences between rookie and next rated, the lines get very blurry.
I tried to read up on
Um,
it and it was very murky. Like
it's very
there's
blurry.
nothing really defined.
There's
Yeah,
nothing
so
really
hopefully
solid or
they find a
consistent.
way to award both of them.
Yeah, but either way, man, this endorsement definitely, or at least this last two cosigns, and the
Somebody
momentum
said
he has right now, it's definitely going to keep him in the mainstream conversation. So as far as next return goes, like he fits the bill because of that, So it's like,
somebody
yeah, sorry, but
somebody said that no, sorry. Somebody said that they should hurry up and open back school because Marvel needs to go back to school. Quite because this is somebody
wait,
that's studying to be a
school is
no,
not
because
That
open
nigga
they're
right
ain't
it's
going
now.
like
back to school, man. David and Wiz feature. What school, bro?
No,
Like
but
because
he's
he's
in
the
school
host
right
from the
now.
camp,
see,
bro.
I love how you're saying this. This is somebody that is studying to be a doctor. So they better remove
How
strike.
much are
Let
they
him go
paying
back.
doctors? I saw the conversation on the TL
Let
today.
him go back to school, please.
Yo,
So
how much are doctors getting paid for real? But anyway, man, let's keep the ball rolling real quick. President, now you have the floor. Now that's when my guy decided to drop.
no, I
Elon,
didn't come back.
Elon has a funny way of moving.
No,
But
I
we have
didn't
another
come
hand
back.
here. Ua.
He's back.
Oh, Ade's back.
Yo,
I don't
can
see
y'all hear
him.
me?
Yes, yes,
Wait,
yes, yes, yes. We can.
oh, sorry, my sound went out when I was coming back.
We
Okay,
can hear
cool.
We
you.
can
We
hear
can
you. Can
hear
hear you.
you.
You're good.
Ah.
How's it going?
It's been a day, and I'm just here to speak the truth because I feel like people be lying, and I need people to stop lying. I was here a couple of weeks ago, and I want to speak on this specifically from the layer of what I was trying to say that day, and I was trying to be diplomatic, but I think that's a problem that we actually face in our industry today. One thing I want to put out before I start saying everything I want to see, since this space is recorded. CK is my friend, though. I'll play that track. Oh, I'd not come and say anything wrong about the song. Oh, anything else, fair game. So, guys, I remember I wanted to set the scene for you guys real quick. So I was in North Carolina a couple of weeks ago for a wedding. And I was in the car with my siblings, my younger brothers, and my sister's boyfriend. And I was playing a playlist, and Mavo's song with, I think it's Cash Coming,
Mm-hmm.
came on. And I was like, oh, this is a decent follow-up to, his other two records. So I decided to go to his profile and we start playing some of the music. Let's just say that last compliment was the last one that came while the songs were playing. And when I came on this space and we had the conversation, folks, I've never seen people get more philosophical than when they're talking about him this year, Marvel specifically. Everybody is like on some like, oh, if you listen to his other music, nigga, we listen to the music right now. We're listening to the one playing right now, and we don't like it. Everybody's always like, oh, listen to the other stuff in the archive, and you will really unlock how great he is. We are not going to do that because we don't actually like the one we're hearing right now. But hold on, I'll come back to before we go forward. I don't want to call what we're seeing cosigns because in my mind, these top artists do this stuff every year. There's one or two that are right around the right orbit. Their timing just gets them in the right circle and the right DJ or producer at the right time. And they're like, oh, let's put this person on this record. One thing that he has done for himself this year for a fact with these features is when they have their shows in December, there's a likelihood that they will bring him on because he's going to perform his two hit records.
Mm-hmm.
And probably this one, right? Whatever feature that they have. And like he and his team, they have secured a little bit of a December bag, but there's something as real as psyching yourself out of the rotation because you keep dropping mid things following your, accidental hits, because that's what I call the first two. They're vibey records. I've gone back even after the last space. People were like, "Oh, go and listen to his discography." I went back and I listened and I did not get through. I want to tell you the truth, and you're not doing the same thing. Here's the thing with like artistry, right? Even if someone gets it wrong after they hit records, because again, it's a combination of luck, marketing, timing,
Mm-hmm.
all of that jazz, right? There's an argument to be made that if Black Magic was to release Record today, it might be a hit, but there's also a likelihood that Nigerians would just, it wasn't as made. Timing is important, right? Timing is essential. So he got the right wave at the right time for him and his team. But it does not absolve him from us being able to critically look at his quality of work and say, you know what? Kudos for pushing these like vibey records. But like when you now start going into the artistry, and I think it's very lazy. I think it was Dante's point that he said, "Oh, if you like artists that you like, tell us who we like. We like them. Motherfucker, I want to tell him who I like so you can go and listen to them and get better like them." Because if you have expectations for what your artist is supposed to sound like, and repeatedly they keep coming out. I don't like there's nothing that's gonna drop next week that makes me feel like there's some like diamond in the rough thing that is gonna sound like earth shattering that we've never heard before. None of you are telling me right now that he's in the studio working on some record right now that I'm going to hear in December and I'm going to be like, this is the one. No, I can say that for Ayomaf. I can say that for like. And here's one other thing that I want to say about this thing not being a cosign. When you put the two names I just mentioned, you put Ayomaf, you put the what's it called? Even put King Maddie with her work with SARS. You put them in the room with these legends or these like top artists, and they sound like they go together. Like they sound like, you know what? If you hear the same record with this artist and where they're going in 5 or 10 years, it will make sense that this record dropped now, like they're on their trajectory. There's not a single ounce of me that can convince myself that that's the trajectory we're on. Again, I hope that I'm wrong. The only thing that I enjoyed about this Davido record was they got the ad libs right. Like Davido was popping in at the right pockets. Oh, shit, hey. That's the only thing that was a could necessary at all. If anything, they should have convinced themselves to do a fresh new record, but like doing that was a waste of space in my opinion, and a waste of money if they paid him, right? Like it just was not the use of the budget. Now, the last thing I'll say on this before I unstress myself, we keep seeing this thing where I think the barrier to entry for quality artists is very low. We hear a lot, right? Somebody catches the wave at the right time or whatever the case is. Fido, for example, you hear Fido's records, you're thinking to yourself, okay, cool, like there's something to work with here. Even whether it's the vibe, whether it's the writing the beat, something. Then Joy is coming, comes out, you're like, you know what? I knew the no, I think it was even Mr. Lowa they pushed before that. You're saying to yourself, you know what? The thing I thought, the foundations are here, the raw materials are here. Put them with the right producer, put them with the right team. It makes sense. I don't want to be in a scenario where we keep funneling things and saying, "Oh, let's hope for it." Let's hope. Not everybody's going to become the Cardi B. Not everybody's going to stumble into like eventually being great or eventually being good. Sometimes people are just mid, and it's okay to say that. The biggest issue I have with Marvel's talent as it stands today, I want to put that caveat there, is people keep not wanting to recognize it for what it is. It's vibey records, club records. They make you dance. They make you just, oh, that was funny. Your body not meat pie. Please save my soul, say all of that, laugh, ha ha ha. But then what I don't like is when you now start trying to have intellectual conversations about it, and people keep trying to make me sound like I'm stupid because they're like, oh, somewhere in there, if you deep it, if the pie, if the 3.1 is kinikan, then if it makes sense to you, let's just call it what it is and be honest. It's vibey records, it's vibey music, it's great for the now. But if he and his team are listening to this and you want us to still be listening to this guy next summer, there's work to be done, and you know where the work needs to be done. That school they need to open it, or at least go to some kind of camp before you come out next year. Because if you come out with this thing next year,
Wait,
it's
wait,
something that's
wait. What
happy
do you think?
performing.
What do you think is the work that needs to be done?
One is a very simple one that I think any artist as an actual artist can get. The flow pattern. It's not even just writing the beat. There's a control. Like Chance the Rapper is a perfect example. people are divided by Chance the Rapper because some people think he's not flowing the way they want him to flow, but it's intentional. He picks that pattern because that's his style. He has a similar kind of cadence, in my opinion. But if you marry that with very average like lyrics, people are eventually going to tune out because you're trying sonically, you're trying to like listen to the next thing. Somebody here mentioned a bunch of songs. Nigerians were known for this. Our reference with like trying to explain the impact or the depth of or beauty of a woman with relation to food. That's something that we've been doing from time immemorial, right? But if you, the thing with those records is the lyric that we're talking about, usually the one that we're referencing, the one about this about some kind of food. Listen to the lyric before it and the one after it. It makes sense. It like the two of those lines go together. That Body Meat Pie is so jarring to everyone because it doesn't it does not make
Doesn't
sense
make sense.
where it's placed and what he said before and what he said after. Like you're just like, all right, cool. Got it. So there's a little bit of that needs to be worked on. I've watched a few performances. I watched I think, I don't know if it was Trace, one of those ones that you do online where they kind of like do the studio version of like there's a backup singer. Somebody, yeah, I think people know what I'm talking about. If he's going to perform in December this year
Mm-hmm.
in Lagos, that stage presence or the command of those lyrics needs to be better. Like it needs to sound like you meant to say it. What
Right,
what it
right.
sounds like to me a lot of times is he just said a bunch of things that kind of sounded like they jarred, and people were like, "Put that together, put that with that one." Has anybody seen the video recently, last week, of like after one of the songs dropped, where he was like recording it, and you're watching the producer?
Yeah,
Maybe
yeah,
somebody can find
yeah.
it. Like,
No,
watch the
no, we've seen the
producer.
video.
The guy is watching the thing, and he's like,
Yeah. Okay.
anyways,
Voila,
I
wow.
I,
Okay.
I paused here.
Okay, no, but real quick. I just want to come back to one of your earlier points about, especially that line, right, about meat pie. Could you, not to make the argument for it, but I think the idea of shock value in a line or in a verse as a tactic to really engage the listener to find something that people would latch onto. Could you make a fair argument for that line being there for that purpose?
1,000%, 1,000%. I think there's value in that, but I think it goes against what the dilemma of them and their team, including the person, the A&R person that tweeted after the project dropped,
Yeah,
and people's reactions.
yeah,
It goes against them taking you seriously. If you have to like, if you have to resort to that to be your sort of like your ticket into the sort of game every time. Oh, I just like we shocked them. People are over here dissecting the lyrics and that. If that's what you have to do when other people are relying on the fact that no, I can actually sing, I can rap, I can flow, like
yeah,
those things will carry them longer than it would like this. Somebody's going to say something cooler than you in 3 months,
yeah.
and then we'll forget your line.
Yeah, and that's the thing about music, man. That's the thing about music. It's crazy that we're in a place where once you have what's like the academic lens of music, right? Once you look at clear talents that can sing, that actually have gone through the ropes, say be it through church or something, that I'm bringing names like, say, King Maddie, for instance, because I think that's another thing that we brought up recently. There's a level of, okay, we have so many, like at least we've come across these so often in terms of talented acts, right? That fit that bill of talent. But there's always that lasting, like, want or missing, like, je ne sais quoi that just makes it land or makes it have an impact on you, right? So it now becomes this thing where, yes, you can be good, but as long as you're in the sea of many other good people, I'm sorry, the slightly bad one might stand out because of that, because of the virtue of being not necessarily in the textbook image of talented. You know what I mean? So it's like, and we've seen artists have or build careers even in the lens, even through the lens of hip hop. Like the mumble rappers, they stood out because they dared to challenge the status quo of what good rapping sounded like, right? They challenged that. We've seen that translate in Afrobeats year after year after year. We've seen that with the likes of Konga back in the day, where it was just like crazy. Those streets guys that come in there, that obviously they're defying what we know as conventional and clean music. We've seen that in more recent times with Shali, with Sheyi Vibes, with Odumodu. Like this is just a natural knee-jerk reaction to music listeners. Once we know you're good, we just register you in our brain that, oh yeah, you're good, but I don't know if I'm coming back to this, or I don't know if this left a mark for me to remember this. So it's like, why, unfortunately, in a place, fortunately or unfortunately, however we look at it, we're going to be in a place where a Mavo would stand out, right? A Mavo or is a level 10. These are guys that are challenging the status quo. And typically, once you challenge status quo with your sound, you get rewarded. In most cases, you get rewarded. But anyway, we still have the conversation, but we'll open it up more. I just wanted to throw that in with what Ade was saying earlier. But I don't know if
Can I
lost.
say something?
Yeah.
I like what you said, but the consistent factor, not but, maybe in addition, the only factor in all these situations that is consistent is the audience,
Yeah.
right?
It's the
It's the
audience,
audience.
man.
So I think
That's what
as
they
some,
pick.
it's not like it needs to be more obvious. I don't know, it's obvious, but
Yeah.
because there are a lot of like music guys here, it's obvious that guys, there is no way all these people should be appealing to the same audience on the surface level.
Facts.
There is no
That's
way.
true.
You
That's
cannot
true.
be having such clear differences. I think I said here like some weeks back that Ikumi and a level 10 on surface level should not be for the same audience.
Yes, exactly.
And the person that listens to Ikumi type music normally will come and say, what the fuck is this? And I'm like, maybe it's not for you. Right? So, okay, man, this shit is an headache. For
Sorry, Dante, just on this point that you're speaking on it, even though artists can make completely different sounds, you can still hear the quality like in the artist or like their music. And I mean, I I,
100%.
I hear at this point like where he says, "Oh, these last few features have not been good enough." But for me, like I feel like with artists like Marvel, you don't get the success you get without having good amount of talent, and then like what Iman said as like breaking the status quo and doing something different. So
I
on
think I
that.
saw something this week that was like, oh, Audacity beats talent.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly. Exactly that.
right.
That's the
So that's
summary.
what you remind, and that's like a solid point of Iman saying, oh, we see an artist, but oh yeah, they are good. Like they are good. So why are you not saying that? Like that makes the results of somebody putting in the work and being good should not be, oh, he's good, I'll sideline him. The
Yeah.
result should be, oh, I'm gonna appreciate this music for what it is. Do you grab?
Yeah.
You're having people ask you, and this is a wild thing to say, but this happened not long ago. Someone's asking like, "Oh, like does Adekunle still drops music?" Now this was asked in like the southwest
Crazy.
part of Nigeria, and I was like, "That is a very interesting question because I can't go long on online without seeing something about Adekunle good, right?"
Yeah.
And I think this okay. Actually, this was a while back. This was around the time I think he did OV Arena or something. I'm like, he just did this. So you have people who are not even tapped in enough to pay attention, right? So I think the focus more should be curating audience habits that would make. Actually, I remember Ty said something a long time ago. He said, now correct me Ty, if I'm wrong. He said, marketing music in Nigeria is a nightmare, and I think this is the thing. Is like it is not glaring who you are trying to market the music for, and when the record goes, maybe you're not 100% sure on what worked or and didn't work. And I don't really want to trace everything. We trace about to our government, which is fine. But the habits of the audience needs to change if you want the kind of results you desire.
Dope. All right, good conversations. Real quick, but Ade, did you want to say something before Lost Boy?
Yeah, and well, I didn't want to. Oh, okay, yeah, I didn't know if Flossbell was responding to that. I didn't want to jump in, but whoever just, I think it was Dante that just spoke, right?
Yeah.
There's something you said there that I actually 1000% agree with. For a marketing manager or marketing team, this is a gold mine. Like you've struck gold because
Yeah.
if your job is to put money on this guy and get as much back in a short period of time, you're going to do that. You're probably more than likely going to recoup as much, especially they haven't sent him on tour in the US or anything like that. So like odds are you can probably still get your money back this year and early next year. The challenge
He just
though.
did some dates in the UK, by the way, just to add to
Oh,
your
okay.
point.
Yeah. Like, I mean, like, they always talk about how they come to the US and they start losing money because they didn't realize how vast it is, and all of a sudden they've blown their whole budget, and now people are fighting on live. But so none of that, right? odds are you always have to ask yourself the question, and we as an audience, we ask ourselves a question when we want to commit to an artist or to a song or to a sound. You hear it the first time. Like, think about the very first time you heard an Amapiano record, everybody just listening. Think about when you heard it. Think about how the beat pattern was not something that you were used to,
Mm-hmm.
and you're thinking to yourself, but then a few weeks later, you're like, you know what, that vibe kind of go. All of a sudden, now you kind of like the music and you know what to expect. Like, you know, the intro is going to be 6 minutes long, and you can make your bar and eat before the song will actually drop. Everybody knows, right? The challenge I have though is we have, as we're asking ourselves how much we want to commit to an act and to a sound. An artist should ask themselves how much they want to commit to the cause of that journey, right? Because what ends up happening is what they define as success in their mind is, oh, I want to get here. I want to, buy my stand, park my Benz and stand in front of my house in Lekki and say I've made it. If that's your yardstick, you will get that money and do that. But then the challenge that you have is most of them have this dual relationship where I want to be a star, but I also want to be a star for a long time. And where you're seeing people reacting now or having feelings is saying, we hear the first part about being a star, but if you want to be a star for a long time, this is not going to carry you that whole way. And to the point that you made, whether it was the congas or the
Mm-hmm.
Zoros, like, there will eventually you would eventually get your buzz, and might even be locally appreciated, but if you're trying to get to the echelon you're trying to get to, there are other elements of your act, whether it's your sound, whether it's your ability, whether it's your cadence. Something needs to keep you beyond everyone that you came in with
Yeah.
at the time that you came in with.
Yeah.
And if you go back and look at since 2007, look at all the next rated,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Even if the ones that are there, anybody in their class, even if that they're not as big as the person that won or the number two in the ranking, they're still kind of around. Like, you kind of, like, the talent carries you enough to do that. My worry or my concern with this, and people keep telling me go and listen to other records and I've listened to all the records, and, like, I don't feel confident enough to tell you that 2 years from now an EP would drop and we would have the same sort of, like, the core fan base will still be there, because again, if
Okay.
it's vibey records, if it's vibey energy, I don't think that would
Okay.
last from what I'm seeing so far.
Okay. I understand your point. I think that's where evolution now becomes a factor, right? It becomes a major factor. Everyone
Thank you,
that
Mark.
is in this business, in this journey for 10 plus audacious years, guess what they've had to been forced to do? They've been had to evolve or shape shift in one way or the other. Davido was doing pom pom one
I
time.
agree.
The other time he jumped on my piano. Like, Wizkid was Bedu Master, he slowed it down a bit. Like, all these guys have had to show, like, or evolve in some way, shape, or form, right? So that would be the biggest factor to observe for Marvel moving forward, and hopefully, like you're saying, like, you might not see it now. Trust me, even with the catalog he has right now, I understand he has established his sound so far with this. It's just a matter of what would this sound look like, say 4 or 5 years from now, right? So I guess that's what we allow time to answer for us. But anyway, man, do we have any other thoughts on this before we transition topics? Because we have another polarizing act in the last 2-3 years that kicked off another conversation as well, just in the nature of polarity. Asake on NPR's Tiny Desk happened, and this was one of those cases that was so interesting to me, man, because I experienced it. I mean, that's the beauty of music. That's the beauty of, like, understanding cultural context, understanding styles of music, understanding the platforms that these artists are on. I'm sure people have been saying that Afrobeat artists should be banned from Tiny Desk. But definitely, this was one of those cases where I was like, I don't know. We just had two different experiences. Many of us, it was just split. I came out of that Shakir Tiny Desk on a high, on an absolute high of reverence for his talent. Okay, reverence for the production. I would say that. I would say with reverence for the composers and how they've been able to be very creative with multiple artists. They've done variations of this with like other artists, and yeah, I think they're an exceptional band. And then we now get into the factor of his catalog for me. Like that was one thing I was that just in awe of, right? The depth in his catalog with these records that he was able to transition and just be able to turn out like a good 20-minute set. But to come online, there's a lot of pushback on how the Tiny Desk performance went. I've already shared my thoughts on it on my channel, but I'm very open to hearing the conversation on this space. If there's anyone that wants to kick it off, feel free. I think I see some hands already. Afro Motion, and then Yinka. What's up?
What's good, man?
We did. How did you find the Tiny Desk?
Funny enough, I legit just watched your breakdown like a few hours ago on YouTube. So I only have been a victim of flip culture on Twitter where you see that one like very dodgy, questionable part of the performance
Right.
where he's doing some runs. And then obviously that clip's just going around and everyone's like, oh, this is bad. Afrobeats artists, deformed Afrobeats, they shouldn't come on the NPR and.
Yeah.
And I was of that sentiment initially, not gonna lie. I even put up a tweet saying maybe they need to do NPR Beer Palo, for Nigerian artists to come on. Because I think for me, it's like the live production on there sometimes just doesn't translate to the type of music that Afrobeats artists make, where there's like a lot of like variation in like just even the way artists sing, and just because like most Afrobeats artists are recording artists, I would say, not necessarily live performers. So for a Tiny Desk, sometimes it just doesn't translate well. Maybe someone like a Burna Boy will do good there because he's a live performer. Thames, certain type of Afrobeats artists, but not each Afrobeats artist. So I went into that video just with a bad taste in my mouth. But after I watched a review, I went back and like I watched the entire thing, and I was very impressed because he did well for all the tools that he was given. So I don't really understand the outrage online. He killed it. He wasn't off key, none of that. I was very surprised that people were saying he was off key. He wasn't off key. I think it was mostly live production where some parts of his performance, his vocals were kind of low, but it was beautiful from like the arrangements of all the instrumentals, the backup vocalists, everything. I felt like he did it. It's one of the better, what's it called, NPR performances. I mean, we've seen a Davido one, Jesus Christ. Burna Boy's NPR wasn't bad, but you could tell that he was exhausted.
Yeah.
I don't know, he'd been on tour or something. It just wasn't the Burna Boy that we know. But yeah, it was good. So, to be fair, I feel like this whole argument, people just wanted to critique or say something bad. If you just listen with open ears, you could tell that it was a good one.
All right, appreciate it as well for watching, and then we have our brother Yinka.
So hello guys. I hope everybody's good, man.
Yeah, man.
I watched it. I feel like it was really good. Honestly, like I think it's even up there with like the Tiny Desk performances that we've had over the years. I still think Adekunle Gold Zone is the best, but there wasn't any issue with it. Like, apart from that time when he said Jack, that was a bit crazy. But then the rest of the performance, he did good, man. I think I just want to talk, and also I feel like people are used to not hearing the raw vocals.
Yes.
We're so used to hearing like
Auto-tuned, yeah.
and presets. Like they've never like had time to like maybe like check how people like the process of like making songs, the vocals and not the raw vocals, no more.
And
they don't,
mind you, that's the appeal of Tiny Desk, by the way. It's like
Yeah, that's what it's supposed to like do, so
presentation
that you can feel
of
the real
raw,
vocals.
yeah, of
Exactly.
raw live performance to a hallway
And
of employees. That's what it is.
exactly. And they're not used to it, so they just go ahead to bash it. I think it's just because this is such a big like name. They just want to like talk, man. That was just how me I see it. In general, that was a good one, man. I can't even lie.
All
But yeah,
right.
that's my take on it.
All right, appreciate it. Lots of hands are up, man. Let me prioritize people that haven't gotten a chance to speak yet. What's good, Taj?
Yeah, Alpha.
We
Um,
day.
yeah. So I think I enjoyed the Asake one. Obviously it was one of those things where I saw some comments before I went to watch it, and I went to watch it because I'm just like I'm like okay, let me see what Asake would do, right? Especially seeing the composers in that space, it was very interesting for me. I don't know if they've ever done it. I was like, okay, let me go watch, especially because I'm super critical of. I critique the composers a lot. I know people love them, but I think sometimes when they are most of the time I've seen their performances um with Afrobeats artists on stage, like just at the big concerts, the big arenas and venues. I think they process it a bit too much,
Over
and it
Savi.
loses. We lose a bit of our rawness,
Yeah.
right? So I've always been critical about them like that. Like it feels very electronic and very like there's just a lot of like
Very
things
rock
going on.
infusion, especially
Yeah,
like
and like
electric
Afrobeats
guitars.
has like there's like raw like just there's like raw things in our production, and I feel like sometimes it gets stripped out when they are on tour with Davido, Asake, especially someone like Asake who they tap into like a lot of that part, right? You get like it's not like Rema who went super like electronic and very dynamic on like he's like I want to hear something that has like a palm wine bounce. And I want to hear like some raw elements. You know, sometimes I don't feel like the composers do a lot of songs justice like that. Sometimes they make it too processed. But almost they absolutely like this one time I can say they smashed the hell out of this performance at Tiny Desk. They stripped it to the best possible form they could while still making it very full.
Mhm.
They allowed a lot of things to just come off raw and just like the true essence of what I guess African music can be, right? Ashake, yes, there might be sometimes Ashake might have flatlined, but it's not more than 10 seconds. Like the guy gave a stellar performance. Where at first I was even like, okay, I don't know if Ashake is going to be the one to engage with the audience, right? I don't know if that's gonna happen. But bro, when I heard that first, Abia Umaye, I was like, yeah, this guy is here. Like he's being charismatic as well with it. Like the performance was stellar for me personally. I enjoyed it. Also, just because maybe the catalog is just deep, man. Like God, Awudi is not even the song I expected to hear in the
Yeah, I
space.
was.
It came on, and I'm
Bro.
like, Jesus Christ, what happened to this song? I
Yeah.
forgot about this record.
Yeah.
I was so gassed. I'm like, bruh, this man, like, we have not spoken enough of what that man has done on his first three albums. We've not spoken well enough. Like, I feel like
It's insane.
we're still going to like deep it more over the next 4, 5, 6, 7 years. Like, this shit is crazy. But just back to the performance and everything, I think it was great. I think the composer did an amazing job. I think the backup singers did an amazing job. I don't know. I think Nigerians have a very interesting way of viewing certain things. If maybe there's something I should sound like Travis Scott in an arena
Yo,
in
I
Chinese
saw
desk.
I saw someone expecting the backup singers to have harmony, like to be harmonizing with
Like
each other.
exactly, they
I was
expect they,
like,
they need that
how?
padding. They even want to hear backing track on all these things. Like, bro, if you're not hearing those things, they don't think it sounds properly. Like, it has to be
Bro.
full. It has to be like I said, arena type. They want to be hearing, bro. Like, please, it's stripped. Like, Tiny Desk is literally a stripped down show. It's meant to be stripped down.
Yeah.
Right? There's barely anything on their vocals at that show. See the bloody mic. The mic is one skinny ass mic. Like,
Yeah.
it's literally wired for that. Do you
Yeah.
understand? Like, it's not meant to be anything super grand. It's not an orchestra. Like,
Yeah.
so I need people to like pipe down, right? Go on. Then again, boy, people are not. I guess people are not fans of the show. They listen to Glitch. Maybe it's from Glitch they came to come and judge Tiny Desk, right? And that's what they were
No glitch
expecting.
shade,
They
man.
come and-
Shout out to
I'm not even
glitch.
shading Glitch, but like they want to do full production in Tiny Desk. That's how that works, right? Yes,
Yeah.
like Afrobeats is like some of these songs that Ashake has has a lot of production elements in there. And they were able to fit all of that in that tiny ass desk,
Yeah.
and they still made it work,
Mm-hmm.
bro. And then they flip a lot of the beats, they make it, and I mean, they did a bit of it on the shows, but it
Yeah.
even sounded more authentic here because it was, like I said, it was less noisy. I
It
feel
was
like they have
less
sometimes the
noisy.
producers can
They
be very,
softened it in many moments to allow him like really
yeah,
project.
because I know, because sometimes the composers on stage, like I said, I know everybody loves the composers and they gas them up. They can be very noisy. Oh my god, they can be extremely noisy on stage. Like, I want to hear certain things. Like, it just feels like there's a lot of gimmick to their stage, to their grand, to the grand,
To
like
the
when they're in big
arena.
stages. But at Tiny Desk, they made it. There was no gimmick there. It felt real. It's almost like everybody did their homework. Everybody, and I loved it. I don't
Nice.
know.
All
People
right.
that if you would take 15 seconds clip and you see all the Asake flatline and you want to now laugh about Afrobeats, this is the problem about, but you just the Jones. Go enjoy show.
Honestly, man. Real quick, I'll have Dari. I'll hear from Dari, and then we'll get back to Ade and Dante.
So this conversation is long, but anyways, I like that Taj already touched on um, the composers. I think that's the challenge with um, not having like your own unique band. There's a conversation of how we need more bands in Afrobeats and all of that, but I'll not go into all of that. So like in general, this is not the first time I've seen Ashake and the composers flunk, to be honest. So I was at the MSG show, and to be honest, like the synergy wasn't there. So like, and a lot of times, I think it's normal for normally acts or Bonner also goes off key, but I think that's where like your band comes in. When you go off key, they can change the key as well, and I think that also happened with this performance. There are different moments where he goes off key. I'm not even saying the bulk of like the whole thing is terrible, but there are moments where he goes off key and it's more than once, and it's just like, okay, like if this happens, your band is supposed to change the key. Those are like little
Wait.
synergies here and there that I think affect like the overall experience. Because to be honest, at MSG, I wasn't impressed. Yeah, he had the hits and all of those things, but like the way he performed them, there were a lot of gaps. And so like I think in as much as yeah, the catalog carries um the what they call it, the performance, he really needs to work on that. Because like we mentioned, his catalog is crazy. And I think the best way you can get people to appreciate your catalog is when you also deliver it exceptionally when you're on all these platforms basically. And I think there were some gaps in how you delivered it. And I think it's critical at this stage that people that have great catalogs like himself should be able to provide that live experience. We're hearing all types of chatter about whether we have a sustainable industry. So it's really critical. So those are just my thoughts. I think overall it wasn't bad, but like there there are major gaps that I think, oh, if you're one of like the biggest or carrying the culture on your back, sort of like too as well too now. You definitely um have to be hitting those notes basically. But I understand as well too that Tiny Desk doesn't allow full production. But I'm saying even during full production, there have been all these gaps and all of these things.
Okay, so you're
So
saying the gaps that you've witnessed for Ashake over time is not necessarily from Tiny
yeah,
Desk?
yeah, yeah. It's not just from Tiny Desk. I've seen him live. I saw him at the MSG, and honestly, it was underwhelming.
Okay. Fair enough. All right, appreciate it, Dari. Um, I think it was. I'm not sure the order right now. I think Lost Boy, actually, because I remember seeing your hand earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I want to first start by saying that I didn't see any internet
Clips.
data before I watched my own.
Mm-hmm.
I just saw that he has dropped, and I didn't even click on the video. Like I just went direct to YouTube, right? And I enjoyed the performance. Prior to the like when the announcement came out, I was very very will I say hesitant because I
Sorry,
thought
Lost Boy.
that
There's background noise. The man. Unfortunately.
yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Better.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so I was hesitant because I felt like Asake live, right, on NPR, like I won't lie to you, like I thought it was going to go terrible. I was like I thought it was going to go terrible. But I think it went really well for me, right? And people were like, I think I saw Ginger talk about him not introducing the band, him not introducing the songs. I kind of feel like Shake is like a shy person. So like
Yeah.
he was like, I was going to talk as little
As
as
little as
possible.
I can. Yeah.
Yes, like apart from thank you, like that was all he said, and he just performed. Then I just want us to know that that man performed from his 3 albums. I know this is like not a stick shot, but like some artists be forgetting their songs, their own lyrics.
Hello.
He sang everything complete. Then I love the Abiyahu. Ah, good. I said when I heard the Abiyahu, I was like, yes, I'm here.
Even the jar that people are clowning in the entire
Bro, that
context,
was
like of the performance, bro, he entered. Yeah,
like
he
bro.
gave you a
I said like
fiery
once I heard that
feeling.
Abiyahu, I was awake. I was like,
Yeah.
yes, like this is
see
character.
that
Like,
Abiyahu
guy.
was see it was so sweet. Like I was like that was what is the song. See, I was even pained that when he sang the Angelique call my name, he did not shout Lameda. That's where me. That's where me. I was pained. I was like, why did he shout Lam? See, forget.
Oh my god,
Let's.
that transition. Ah, guy,
The
look,
transitions, man. We didn't even
that
talk about the
that
transitions
Ototo
to MMS.
to Fuji vibe. I
Oh
mean,
wait,
Fuji vibe
I think
transition.
it was the MMS transition too that was insane. But yeah, man, like
There was the
composers, they
Ototo
did it
transition,
strong.
Sha. Abi?
Yeah,
See,
there was to something. I can't remember what it was.
God damn. No,
what I
but
want
all of
to
you can rewatch that thing.
see
People that don't get it.
after I watched that NPR, do you know what I was thinking? I cannot wait for the orchestra. That
Yeah.
is
So
what
as
is
But you know,
behind.
I know people driving to New York for that shit too.
See
Like
that.
I know they're doing watch parties for that thing. Like people are actually, bro.
See that the orchestra
Yeah, I
of
saw that real quick. It was crazy. So
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
The orchestra is what I'm curious about.
see
Yeah.
the orchestra for Remember. I
Yeah.
just want them to
It was
clip
Autotune
it.
to MMS. Thank you. It was
But
Autotune to
that
MMS.
she can collect 20 million views on YouTube.
See, for Remember, they should just put it. This orchestra, they should just put it on Spotify or Apple Music for me. They should just. That's where they should. I should be waking up to see. I just realized, like, during that performance, I realized that Magic Sticks and Ashake, what they cooked in the past 3 years, is insane. Do you know why it's insane? It's insane to the point that if you are going to an Ashake show and there is literally no saxophonist and violinist, it is going to be a whack show because all the songs you need sax. If you don't need sax, you need violinist. If on some songs you need both of them.
Yeah.
On like the instrumentals behind the songs are insane. Like the whole album, the two, especially like the first 2 albums, it was meant to be performed live. Like Asake needs a live album on streaming right now. Like if Mr. Money with the vibe, like he needs a live rendition. Probably they should do like 5 years anniversary, or I don't care what they want to take with it, but they need a live album
Anyways,
for even the first two steps.
Yeah.
I was of the opinion that he should have performed more tracks from Logo Boy. I don't know. I was of the opinion that's like I would have loved
I don't know.
legally. I would have loved legally, Sha. I don't know, Sha. But
Nah,
I'd have loved.
too electronic for the space. The first two albums are
Yeah,
the best.
He
yeah,
only did Fuji vibes on Lungo, right?
yeah. You only did Fuji Vibes and MMS.
And
He
MMS,
did
yes.
MMS.
And
Yeah,
MMS,
yeah,
yes.
yeah. So like, but I feel like this performance was like vocally, like sorry to say, but Asake sings like a Fuji artist. I
Yes.
don't think I don't think people really be hearing the Fuji. No, like if they are not singing. Nobody is giving you terms
Nobody's pitch
vocals.
perfect. Like,
Like
Yeah,
they're here to perform for you type shit.
nobody's
Like
giving you pitch
like
perfection, man. Like, come
like
on.
I really see. I feel like that's where my own like when people were like attacking like his vocal performance, and like I think I do not know what they expected. Like Afrobeat artists are not, if they go to, they are not here to win Project Fame. Please, let's know this and know this now.
All
That they're not
right.
here to win Project Fame. That's why anytime they do, sorry to say, but anytime they do all this Afrobeat music talent show, it's always a hit or a miss for me, because not everybody can transition
Translates to,
from the
yeah.
normal choir singing to blowing in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Nobody cares about your choir singing. If you want to do that one, go to the Nathaniel Bassey side. Go to that place.
Shout out to
Nobody
Nathaniel
is
Bass.
doing that in secular music. Nobody cares about that.
All right.
Then I think I would like that I would have preferred more. I don't think the backup people like they did their quality best. The crowd vocals could have been better. Like that's just what I think. I think the crowd vocals should have been like a bit better. I don't know whether some like I was even wondering whether they were actual Nigerians or they were like just black people speaking Yoruba. I was sometimes that was also preferred. Yeah, for one particular point.
I know
But
that.
And that is the perfect segue to what I
yes.
was gonna say,
Yeah,
because
let's hear
I
it.
waited for you. I'm so glad that you got there, Lost Boy, because I don't have a lot of critique for him for the performance in general. I think that somebody said this earlier. I think it was Dari that said this, or maybe it was Taj. Um, the way Ashake sings and the way we appreciate like those his type of music, it requires you to like have all the other like the synths and all the other things to flow with the music. And Tiny Desk just is not set up for that specifically. But one thing came through, and it's, it's going to kind of further dig my other artists that we were talking about earlier. When you can tell somebody can sing, they can sing, right? Even if it's an off day, you're like, all right, this person can sing. And there are ways that he like, held it together that you could tell there's an artist in there. And I think the difference and kind of this happening now and the difference that would be very, very glaring to everyone would be when he has the orchestra behind him, because it fits his type of sound so much better. It gives that very like as I get the church boy, like the music that you're hearing, he needs to sing like he's leading worship. And like that's what's going to happen when he has the orchestra behind him. It just elevates him a little bit more. And I think there's another element. Somebody said it's a compliment to him actually that the expectations were so high. It actually, if it was him and his team, they should probably see this as a sign that like, yeah, we've been talking that you're part of the big whatever, big four, big whatever, big five, but like the way people expected a lot, like the heights of heights from him is like definitely like a signal of like, nah, you up there and we expect you to deliver at this highest level whenever you perform. I don't think the backups were great. I don't think the split of them was great. I think that maybe they should have been three and the mix of them should have been different. I think he could have definitely carried a more Fuji sounding backup singer, at least with the pronounced tenor in there, that would have allowed the times where his voice fell flat or the rest of the backup sort of track that you normally would get with the production were not there. Like they would like add a little bit more pizzazz to it. Um, Other than that, no, it was good. I think that people just have you have to find a problem with something in some part of it.
Right.
But overall, I think there's not a lot of places that you can fault them. I think the selection was like no, like I don't see anybody being like super upset about the song, like and being like, oh, this one should have been here. Like, oh, I'm not gonna listen to it because this one was missing. I think for someone that has a catalog so deep, you're going to like disappoint some people because like certain songs would just naturally not make it, but. Overall, I think from start to finish, even the placements of the songs, the flow into some of them, I think certain parts they didn't even cut. They just kind of went and transitioned to the next one. It definitely made for like enjoyable listen. But I do agree, and I can hear where people are like, that kind of sounded flat. That felt that lyric kind of didn't land, in terms of like tonality. But like, it's not because the man can't sing. It's just the way the thing was set up. Sometimes you're gonna get artists that just in like the wrong pocket or performance style of the day, and it just doesn't ring true. And I think that's what you see with Asake. But
Well put.
dude is talented. Looking forward to his next show.
Well put. Well put. Well put. Appreciate it. My guy Billy, what's good, man? It's been a minute.
What's going on,
How
man?
you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Nice.
For me, man, I think the performance was dope. I'm not even going to lie to you. I feel like sometimes we get overly too critical about live performances, but the truth is, a lot of times artists don't really have stellar vocals during their live performances like that because in the studios, what you hear in the studios is takes on takes on takes before you get that
Perfect
perfect,
one.
delivery. But in live performances, that's the beauty of live performances. The impromptu, like back in the days when they used to record songs, like you hear a lot of all these musicians say, "Oh, this was a mistake. This person, there was a mistake playing the chords. There was a mistake in the delivery. They just ran with the record like that because they didn't want to have to do it over and over again." You get
Yeah.
so. I feel like for what it is, it was a good performance, man. I'm not even going to lie. Me, I was clapping, Seth, as they just go on. My favorite part was like it was the encore, like towards the end when they did Fuji
Fuji
vibes.
vibe.
You
Everybody was
understand?
clapping and going around.
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
went into the playing those small drums, and for me it was a fun
And it
performance.
was
I
very
mean,
cultural.
yes,
Probably the most
yeah,
cultural like Tiny Desk
yeah.
has looked in a
It
minute for
felt
me.
he seemed relaxed.
Yeah.
The backing vocals, as much as some people feel like they didn't do the best job. I feel like it was cool. You
Yeah.
understand? Like they weren't doing too much, but it was just enough for the song to still retain the original feel.
Yeah.
You get. So I feel like maybe people like maybe they over how do I put it, overestimated Ashake, because if you listen to Ashake's records, it's not like on his songs he has the most stellar vocals. You understand?
Yeah.
It just sounds good because the music is good.
Mm-hmm.
So unless maybe you were expecting him to have some Beyonce type shit that is not on the records and is not on you won't find it real life. You understand? But for
Yeah.
what it is, I think it was good. Yeah, it led some notes here and there where he didn't particularly land them. And I mean, I wouldn't really fault him for that because it happens during live performances. Even Ed Sheeran, they miss notes during
Mm-hmm.
live performances.
Yeah.
You understand? So I feel like for what it is, generally, a performance is for you to enjoy. So the question is, did you enjoy it? For me, I enjoyed it. So I
Yep.
think that's about it. It's good.
Well put. Well put. Appreciate it, man.
As
Yeah.
someone who has seen Ed Sheeran 5 times in concert, I reject that sentiment very strongly because what?
Hello.
Backing vocal.
Hello, man.
Don't
Um,
make me scream, I mean.
Yeah, real fast. Oh, has
I think
Dante
Dante
and
Dante
Gary wanted going? Oh, okay, go ahead.
I think Dante hasn't gone on this. Yeah.
Um, oh, Assurance, but I don't think he's just backing tracks. So, first thing, right? Fuji made it to NPR.
Yeah.
That's a win in my book. Secondly, I was talking about audience habits, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um, the idea that people think they should have an opinion without watching the full video, but have an opinion on the part of the show that was cut out of maybe context and with a caption that was that literally it was like, oh, come and look at where you fucked up. Like that's how it felt to me, and people were like, oh, this is this. And for people who went to watch the actual thing and have their opinion, bro, it's like, is your that makes more sense to me, right? Secondly, like this thing about recorded songs and live record. First of all, like I don't think I ever going to any live or watch anybody live and expect them to be pitch perfect throughout. Um,
Especially when you don't have in ears to hear yourself. Like
exactly.
that's
Like
another thing
I
too that
don't.
we're forgetting. Like this place doesn't have that setup where artists typically tend to kind of pitch correct
Yes,
themselves by hearing
exactly.
what
And
they're
that is
saying.
the setup for NPR. But the way people say, oh, his NPR is stripped, like his NPR is stripped. That's exactly what it is. That is
Yeah,
what it is. You grab. So if you're going there, you know what you're going for, right?
yeah.
And I think the last speaker has something to say about takes on takes, and like takes on takes is like factual and funny because there is also something called comping, and comping is a situation whereby you can do 30 takes and you take the best out of all 30 takes. You might be flat on your fifth take on like a note, but on your eighth take, like you made it, so they add that like, and then they create all these things. People do hundreds of takes to comp,
Shout out to
like
Billie Eilish.
yes, yeah. I think there was like
She's
a
not.
voiceover documentary.
Yeah, she does that,
People
but on
come like
steroids.
even Thames talks about like how she made like all her vocals on her last album because she was engineering a lot of it, and I'm like, those are the things, but that's for whoever cares about it, just side
Yeah.
information, right? And it goes into like vocal processing because I was watching the Tame Impala NPR, right,
Mm-hmm.
and it was very interesting to me when I saw Tame Impala being on NPR, right? First of all, like NPR is like a great place for Asake. First of all, let me say that on the side because if you listen to Tame Impala the amount of vocal processing is glaring, right? It's kind of like if you listen to Blood Orange and you're thinking yo like where and you're not hearing the viola reverb like you're like where is this right? It might feel
Mm-hmm.
off to some people and that was those are like just some side points of why this was hilarious. Now to get into performance, I think he did great. The
Yeah.
part that people said Ja, the context was they sang highly celestial, and there is a church in Nigeria called that is part of the white garment churches, right? And if you've ever been to any of their like, I don't know if I have to provide context for that,
No,
but you get what I mean.
I don't,
That was
yeah, I
like
don't think
when they
you
say
even need
like
that.
they are getting like the word is not possessed, but with the
Yeah,
spirit or whatever,
in the
and they
spirits.
start doing Ja.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, everybody knows Ja Iloilo and all that type of sound you grab. So
Yeah.
that was what that was. It was just used as an idea. So it wasn't crazy to me, maybe because I had reference, but I'm like, what is that? What you people are going to critique here? I think he did great.
Yeah, man.
I think it's calm. I think it's good for him. I'm seeing people discover him, which was what I
Yeah.
expected to happen. Because even stuff happen, sorry guys, personal agenda, in the Latinx like movement, so by they go, their artists go on NPR, and that's like gives like a boost to
Mm-hmm.
some of their acts. And NPR also doesn't just take anybody by the way. Like, in case people don't know, like there are people who are fighting, people who are selling out arenas who are fighting to get on NPR, and they are not getting it. You grab. So I
Yeah.
think this is great for African music. I think this is great for Ashake.
Nice. Well put. Well put. Well put. All right, Dari. Oh, sorry. Yes, Dari. I think you went earlier, but I didn't know. Did
Support for
you?
NPR music comes from Moist.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up with certain things that I was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like I think people should not get the concept that it was a bad performance, but there's definitely more weight on um what I would expect from Ashake. And the reason why I think this pressure is on is because like we've we've seen certain things happen in the past where there's sort of like artists can continue to go on tour when they have such an amazing catalog because they can't deliver it basically. And I want to touch on the point someone was saying nobody cares about vocal performance and all of those things. And I think we need to begin to address this kind of notions because like when people are saying when Black Bones is saying stuff like
Sorry.
uh,
Sorry. How was that statement said? Because I don't know if I remember hearing that.
What do you say?
How was that statement said about people don't care about vocal performance?
Someone mentioned it in the course of this conversation, and so like I just wanted
No,
to.
what I said was we have on the expectations for Asake's vocals are not being realistic.
Oh, okay.
Because even on his records, it's not like he has
Gotcha.
stellar vocals. It's not like Beyonce
Gotcha.
level vocals.
Gotcha.
That's what I'm trying to
Oh,
say.
you
No,
did
this
say you
this
said
this
about
this
stellar
is this is
vocals. I
not
wanted to
the
add as
point
well.
I was countering.
Sorry,
Somebody actually said
sorry.
that, oh, like you're a Nigerian artist, that people are not really thinking too much about what vocal performance should be and all of those things. And I think that's not the kind of notion that we need when it's a global thing,
Gotcha.
because like those are like things that have weakened the culture basically, where you have acts because they feel they've been used to a certain level of standard and all of those things. And so I think we need to address those kind of emotions. Secondly, definitely I agree that there are certain things that were not added. I think one of the best Asake performances I've seen was the one on Jimmy Fallon, because I think that really captured like um the quality of those records. But you also noticed there was a guy that played the sax, and I think that's a very critical element of his sound. He can't go somewhere and there's no sax, basically. And I feel shows where he's like the MSG show, there was no
Support for NPR
sax.
music.
So like I think those things don't um don't augur well, basically. And the guy that played the sax is actually from a band called the Kingsmen. They also play a lot for
There was a sax player on Tiny Desk though.
what do you say?
There was a sax player on Tiny Desk, right? Or are you saying there wasn't?
Was there?
Yeah, there was.
There was the guy left or to the right of the violinist, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like it didn't capture those things in the end. Like
What do you mean by that?
so like we know how
Maybe on a particular song. I'm sure he
no,
played at some point.
that's so basically what I'm speaking about is how those sounds all go well. They are elements that are in his music naturally, and if it's absent, it doesn't work. And if you don't have the right players too, there was also the thing about the backups. So like those are things that were missing in certain shows too, basically.
All right.
So like when those elements are absent, it doesn't work well for his sound.
Okay. Just to clarify,
I'm very
in
confused.
the
Are you speaking about this in
yeah,
general or specific to this
I think
tiny
he's speaking to
desk?
some other events, right?
No. So
No, no,
like
no, no, no. I don't know if I should, I don't know if
if
I
you
can
know
help.
that I was referencing the MSG show, basically.
Gotcha. So
Yeah.
MSG didn't have a sax.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. All right. Hi Pepe. But I think Fussy was just about here before.
Yeah, Fusi then Pepper.
What's
Then
good?
we
What's good,
can
Fussy?
move.
Yeah, how you doing, man? It was nice seeing you yesterday. Taj, it was nice seeing you
sure.
today.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. So I think you guys have probably spoke about the Marvel situation, if I'm not mistaken. Or you
Yeah.
guys are still getting there. Hopefully not.
Yeah, no,
But yeah,
we
with the
have.
Asake, Tiny Desk. I would say like me, I love Asake. I love the music. I love the performance, right? But there's somebody, I won't say it caused a problem, but there's someone that has raised the bar when it comes to stuff like that, and I'll call him Burna Boy, right? And a lot of people do not pay attention to the time and effort Burna Boy puts in when it comes to practicing with his bands. So with that performance, the only thing I'll probably say when I watch the performance, right, it was just chemistry. And for you to get that chemistry, it's not something that you just come across. I was at a show yesterday for the Ṣẹwà's concert, right? And I was analyzing so many things when it comes to that show, right?
Shewa has chemistry with those people that she has been working for a very long time. So when it comes to a band or comes to performance, right, there's a certain level of chemistry that some certain people have to have with the person they are singing with. Like I do not know all the people with that were the Asake stuff. I think the composers that I heard, but like when it comes to live band and performances, right, and that's where Burna Boy leads everybody when it comes to live performances. His mom was privileged to work with Fela, his dad, so they understand some certain elements when it comes to music. Because a lot of people don't understand that being an artist and understanding music are two different things. You can say, oh, this artist is a good artist, and you can go and bring a couple of people that are good when it comes to live band and tell them to make a performance with you. When it comes to chemistry, it's a whole different situation entirely. So I feel like from that Ashake's performance, right, it was just the chemistry that I felt was off. Like the ladies that were singing as backup singers, right? There's some certain words. And I was even listening to one of my best songs that he was performing. Baby, remember, remember. When he was performing that song, where there's some certain words, even me as a Yoruba guy, I can't really pronounce some certain words. The way Ashake sings, right? It's like when it comes to some certain people singing those songs, like you have to have a certain kind of accent or like certain kind of vibe to
Tonality.
sing that music, and I feel like that's what was missing. It wasn't a bad performance. When it comes to live bands,
Mm-hmm.
chemistry is very important, and it takes practice, 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 practice for you to become very like to give you 100%. And like I said, big shout out to Burna Boy because a lot of people tend to want to have live bands like Burna Boy. When it comes to Burna Boy's team, they're very, very intentional. Even Fela, you see Sheon Kuti, you see Femi Kuti, all these guys, right? They are intentional. These are the things that they do. They practice day and night. They are sleeping with their bands. They're going on tour with their bands. Because there's a certain kind of chemistry that you build when you do those things. So that's what I would say about the Ashake performance, right? Just Burna Boy has set a standard so high for so many people in the industry. And if you want to keep to that standard, it takes a lot of dedication and hard work. You know, like, oh, I just want to go on tour right now. I'm going to get a couple of band members to hop
Right.
on the band and you expect them to give you the best delivery. It doesn't work that way in life. In life, you have to build, build, build. So like that's what I wanted to say about the whole
Gotcha.
Ashake situation. Like you said, a lot of people expected more, but for you to have a certain expectation, it comes with a lot. So big
Yeah.
ups to Burna Boy when it comes to that, and the people that use that band, and like even Adekunle Gold is somebody also that's very, very intentional with those kind of things. I think Brian Moto is somebody that's very intentional with those kind of things, right? So when it comes to artistry, it's different from live performances, because when it comes to live performances, it's the chemistry. And if the chemistry is not there, it's like football, for example. If you bring a couple of good players, best players in the world, they might not win the trophy because there's no chemistry there. It's more about the chemistry than
Yo,
the
that was
people that
Liverpool
play in the
shade right
instruments
there.
or the people that giving the live performance. I just wanted to say that.
That's right. I like how you slid in that Liverpool shade after spending $500 inside the market. Anyway, man, appreciate you, Fosi. That was cool. I know just to close out the Ashake conversation, we have Pepe. What's good?
Hi guys, this is good to be my the one and only thing I'll speak in this space about today. I have an exam, but let's start with the first and most
Nice.
important part of this tiny desk. I have two disclaimers before I say anything I want to say.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't watch NPR Tiny Desk religiously, I don't want to hear your opinion. Truthfully, nothing you
Uh,
want to say is important to me. I don't want to hear it. If you're not a tiny desk like consumer, you don't enjoy that content, then brother, keep your opinion to yourself. Genuinely. Second of all, if you did not watch the full tiny desk, Ashake's full tiny desk, I would also want you to respectfully keep your opinion to yourself. Like, why are you speaking? You saw 10 seconds of a full, almost 25-minute performance. And all of a sudden, Ashake doesn't know how to perform. All of a sudden, he's a bad vocalist. All of a sudden, like, first and foremost, when did y'all start looking for amazing vocals out of the Afrobeat artists? Like, when did all this bad behavior starts? I thought we were all in agreement that Afrobeat artists are fantastic performers. They can sing, but they are not vocalists. Please, there's a difference.
mm-hmm.
Waje is a vocalist. You get Tiwa, Arasta, those are vocalists. But
Ooh. Okay, go ahead.
there's
Go
a
ahead.
difference between a singer and a vocalist.
Go
They are
ahead.
not the same.
Go ahead.
So all these ones all of a sudden now, oh my God, I can't. I beg. Y'all don't listen to Afrobeats for none of that anyway. So shift. Personally, I really enjoyed it. The entire point of NPR Tiny Desk, I think people forget, is that you are allowed to bring, like, certain instruments and stuff like that, but for the most part it's supposed to be like damn near almost bare bones
Mm-hmm.
of what the actual record is. And for what the actual record is, and considering how full his like music tends to be, he had like two guitars on there, obviously a bass, what's bass player, electric guitar, I think he had a piano, and then he had sax,
Yeah.
and then somebody who was playing like standing drums. I think that's like, for me, that was very sufficient. Like, I don't know what people are looking for out of a tiny desk. Like,
Yeah.
guys, it's a small cubicle. Like, it's a small little cubicle. You're supposed to fit as much people as you can possibly fit in there. It's supposed to be a very small performance for like a couple of people. No in ears for you to come and be doing. Do I sound amazing? Do I not sound like? It's very like stripped down for the most part.
Right.
So for what it was, I actually think he did pretty good. Like, okay, fair. Is it the best performance I've seen on Tiny Desk? No. But how many people are really on Tiny Desk? Like, people who tend to even flourish on Tiny Desk, if you notice, are people who tend to have more slower paced music.
Mm-hmm. The R&B
They
guys,
tend to have,
the
yeah,
soul
there's a
guys.
reason why the Usher Tiny Desk went
Mm-hmm.
viral. There's a reason why, like, the Daniel Caesars, them, High,
Mm.
all those people, they flourish on that
Thames.
space because
Thames as
it
well. It's
fits
beautiful.
Thames, exactly, because it fits that atmosphere. Not everybody is like, there's very few people I know who have, like, more hard hitting music that worked on there. Like, I think there's only one person I can think of, like, in the last year, and that was like Juvenile, and that was because he had a whole backing track.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, like, I don't know what people were expecting. Like, for the most part, the entire thing was mostly live. I enjoyed the drumming break that he did from Fuji Vibes. Like, I'm actually glad that he included that in the Tiny Desk,
Yeah.
drumming himself. Like,
Yeah.
I enjoyed it. Like, 100% sure. Could he possibly, get another band and develop better chemistry? Yes. But for an Afrobeat performance on a tiny desk, I think that was pretty. Guys, you guys are spoiled. That's my problem. You guys have forgotten that somebody went on tiny desk and did hold on, please,
To be fair,
please, you know you are tired.
that was not the main tiny. That was lockdown tiny desk now. So it was
Man, still, he's still on NPR's page.
it was
God,
remote. It was remote tiny desk.
God.
Anyway, I saw an interesting conversation that sparked even in the midst of the Asake pushback. Someone said we tend to lower the bar for the men in the Afrobeat space versus the ladies. Do you guys see any validity in that statement?
They didn't lie, no.
I was just opening up the floor to see if
Yeah,
So, but
yeah,
all those women are vocalists now. Like she was attacking that we are not looking for vocalists, but they are setting that bar for women. Um, all these women that are popping, they're all vocalists and all of those things. So like we can't continue like this. We have
no,
to set
but
the
yeah, I
so
think the other conversation that I was hoping this would lead to, but I don't know if it's to go there. But I don't know. I don't know
Emma,
where.
where do you want it to go, or where do you think it will
No,
go?
I think Pepper wanted to
Firstly,
say something first before.
okay.
No, I was going to say that, like, again, it's I don't want to say that we set the bar low for the women then. I mean, we set the bar low for the man then. The representation of the men in the Afrobeat space is already bigger. So the women who tend to even cross through have more than just what's it called? Like, they're a combination of a lot of things that the men do not need to be. Do you get?
Right.
Like, the women kind of have to be, you have to be sexy and have lamba and have amazing vocals and be a good dancer. And I don't know that the men need to do all that.
So here's my thing, Pepe. I think that yes, there's that part to it, but honestly, like, just let people do. See, if you don't like it, don't ingest it. I think it's one of these things where you have different kind of artists. We talked about this the other day. You have the people that are songwriters. You have the people that are singer songwriters. You have the people that are performing artists. You have the people that are recording artists. You can be a recording artist and a performing artist. You can be a vocalist. You cannot be a vocalist. You can be a background singer for all I bloody care. what the bottom line is are you doing it and are you doing it well, right? And I think that yes, we can have a situation where people expect women to be more of vocalists and more of performing artists only because they expect women not to make the kind of music that like an Asake makes or even a Mavo makes, right? Because those are the two people we've talked about so far. Like there are specific kinds of music that they are expecting from women. They expect women to make R&B.
Yeah.
And so it's like that kind of thing where it's like, okay, so you want a woman to be a performing artist or you want a woman to be a vocalist. I don't think there was ever necessarily a time in life where I looked at Asake and said, Asake is a vocalist.
Right.
He's a musician.
Okay.
And I think that we need to understand that the whole idea of a tiny desk is to deconstruct the way music is being performed and it's shared. People forget that the origin of tiny desk is that they are performing in somebody's office. I need you people to
Bruh.
understand that that is somebody's office.
Like OG
Like
Tiny Desk members remember
it's
people doing
there
Tiny
are
Desk
people
with
that
piano.
that
That was
desk
it.
that they are performing
Why
on,
people
that
want to
is
climb
somebody's
over this?
office desk. I
Yeah.
need you people to understand that part. And so the idea is you're taking music, you're partially stripping it of some of its elements, you are leaving some things there, you have a band, you are not expected to perform the music the way you recorded the music.
All
And I
right.
think that's the confusion that a lot of people are having is that you are watching Tiny Desk and expecting a repeat of what you heard on a recording. It's never going to give
All
that.
right. All
Was
right.
it a good performance? Okay. Was it the best Tiny Desk? Probably not. After all, Dapper and the rest of them have given you multiple versions and variations of Tiny Desk in Nigeria. Face those ones and leave Tiny Desk for the people
Okay.
that Tiny
Okay.
Desk.
Okay. Okay,
I'm,
Okay,
Bella.
so
I'm
Dapper,
getting
let's
to add
move
to
on
your
to the
point,
next
right? I
person.
need
Sorry,
to add to your point,
sorry,
right?
sorry, sorry. Real quick, real quick.
Sorry.
I'm trying to. I think Belema and
Yeah, because we need to move on to other things.
no,
That's
no,
why I needed
no,
to
no.
say
We
that.
will, we will. We still have some time to move on to other things. But just to, I know this kind of sparked more hands to go up. So I still want to open the floor, real quick. So yeah, because of that, I'm just seeing the hands now. Sorry, Fusi, go ahead.
You didn't hear what I was saying before. I think my internet broke, right? So I feel like I was just saying that with the whole Ashake thing, right? I feel like somebody has sport a lot of people. A lot, I won't say sports, but someone in the industry have set a certain kind of expectation when it comes to live
Yeah,
band and how
yeah.
live
N-
band is meant to be seen, right? And the person is called Burner Boy, and people don't understand that someone like Burner Boy, right? Like he has a band, like
Sorry,
he's
Fusi.
he.
Sorry, Fusi. Sorry to
Yeah.
cut you. Sorry to cut you off there. I think we've moved the
We
conversation
heard
a
all
little
of
bit.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. Okay, yeah,
So so so
Yeah, we
for the
heard that
film,
part. And I
so
think
okay.
to the Bonner Boy statement and the point you're trying to make, even Bonner when he's performing with his live band, the music don't sound like I recorded it all the time.
all right.
There's that part too.
All right, real
Yeah,
quick, just for the sake of time. Sorry, no, sorry. Did you have anything to add to the other part of the conversation around women?
yeah.
In
Like, I think Leopold said it right because, like,
okay,
I feel like back in the days, like people have that mindset that women are meant to be backup singers. Like from the time in the church, women was like back in the days it was like women that used to have like good vocals and they used to be the backup singers. So I feel like the expectation for women to have good vocals, maybe their vocal cords when it comes to science, right? That women have a certain kind of vocal cords compared to men at the end of the day, right? So I feel like that's where they set the standards when it comes to women having that expectation of vocals when it comes to delivery of the music. And like Belema said, right, it's like women don't tend to sing the kind of music that Mavo, even I can't imagine Rema giving us vocals. Like I can't see Rema giving us vocals at the Tiny Decks, to be honest. And you can't compare someone like Rema and Arasta will probably deliver more when it comes to vocally when it comes to that situation that Rema. So just like it's just the expectation of women that when it comes to singing, women deliver more when it comes to singing, and when it comes to some certain kind of music, women are going to deliver.
all right,
To be honest, even in the church, you see it's like when it comes to when it comes to music, singing, women are always the ones most of the time taking the lead when it comes to like high notes, those kind of things. So that's
got
why
you.
they have that
Okay,
expectation of them. To be honest.
all right, real quick, Guy Billy, um,
Yeah, so I actually just want to talk about the whole expectations of women situation. So I don't think it's like people expect women to have good vocals because they are women type situation. I feel like most of the female artists that we see that make it onto the scene have make music that requires them to use vocals, and
Yep.
they do have good vocals.
This is the
You
point
understand?
I was
And
hoping we'd get
they
to.
make that kind of music because of what they are inspired by. You understand?
Hmm.
It's not necessarily by whether anybody is looking at you. Can sing, you make music that you use your vocals to sing. So
Can I
when I
ask a
want to hear
question, the
you like,
guy?
yeah,
Sorry, can I ask you a question? This thing
okay.
you just said, it just made me think, which came first, the chicken or the egg? So, do you think that they are making that music because that's what they wanted to, or because they thought that's what they expected to? I'm not saying
I
it is.
mean,
I'm just asking.
there's a lot of music available to everybody. You understand? So you can genuinely pick what you want to sound like. Tiwa existed before, and after Tiwa came Smolly. Smolly chose to make music a different way.
I was expecting to hear Smiley come
Um,
up in this conversation because that's exactly
no,
who we need to bring
see,
up.
But
Yeah.
you know
Smolly
why it's
chose
so
to make music a
fascinating?
different way.
Yeah.
It's so
Sorry,
fascinating
let me make
because
another this
yeah,
thing.
go ahead.
Waje came before, and Faith chose to make music a different way. Their music doesn't sound the same.
Mm-hmm.
We all have access to all the music. For every guy that has access to music, women have the same access to music. So you choose what you
I
feel
agree
you
with
can
you, my
mirror
guy.
yourself in. You understand? The music that inspires you is what you create. So I feel like for us as listeners, it's more like what you show me is what I judge you by.
Okay.
You understand? And
Okay.
it just so happens that's the music that most of the female artists we have that have made it onto the mainstream. That's the
Right.
kind of music they make. So when we see them live, we
So,
do
do you
expect
not
you to have
think?
good
Do
vocals.
you not think that because those are the ones that made it onto the mainstream, the people that are coming after them want to make it onto the mainstream, so they are making the same kind of music?
No,
I'm
but
just putting it
no,
out
but
there.
Yeah, it's
I'm
not
just,
like
it's just
it's
how
not
they
like
are
it's the
putting it.
same kind of
you
music.
know the
It's more like
irony of
the
this
kind
is
of music that requires you to use
Anyway, that's why I
vocals
said
to
chicken
sound.
and egg.
no okay.
Everybody will go and make what they want to make.
So
You understand? I'm not saying like genre or style. It's more like the fact that you make music that requires you to hit notes.
got you. I think this conversation is exactly what reminded me of that Osage's take a while back about how female artists tend to be more R&B foundationally. But he thinks the ones that have been able to crack the mode in the mainstream have more hip hop foundations as well as R&B, of course, but they tend to have that lamba nature or that effort to deviate away from singing into maybe melodic rapping or maybe just
Definitely.
something that has more punch, right? As opposed to
Like even
holding notes.
Arasta self.
Yes, exactly. So that's the thing.
Arasta,
The
she
people that have
actively tries to use her
that's the
vocals to
thing.
remind us that she can
That's
sing.
yes, exactly what it is.
I feel like it's an active effort to let you know, guys, I can sing.
Yeah,
It's not just Lamba.
yeah, yeah.
Because a lot of her hit records, like Rush, all those records, she's
Sa-
not comma.
stability,
She's not.
stability
Those are records
was the
that do
record.
not require like
Yeah.
Yeah, but
serious
even
vocal
on the outro of
performance.
Stability, she showed
No.
that there were
Yes, that's the
vocals.
thing.
That's why I say that was an
Yeah.
active effort.
Yeah. So that's the thing. The female artists that have broken the mode, I tend to have a balance of both two chops of the R&B strong notes that they can hold, and then the lamba nature, the more hip hop leaning Afrobeats approach. It's like those two things that most artists to today, even Rema too has that balance too. Like most artists have to have a balance of both in order to really like to be seen as well-rounded Afro pop. I will emphasize on the pop side of it, because I think someone like Thames, she has moments, but she's way more R&B like focused, right? And then you hear it show up maybe a few records like take the Gangsta record, or I can't remember which other song, but it showed up time and time
Damages.
She
again. Or
has hip hop
Damages.
influences though.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. But it's obviously it's not anywhere close to how R&B presenting she is, right? So it's like those things that would. I think that was where I was hoping the conversation would go into how a lot more a lot of female artists have more R&B foundation. Like they just tend to have that, and then in order to
But
really like,
that brings up
I
the
mean, that's
question
fair,
that
right? Because
yeah,
if you think
I
about it, in the Afrobeat, so sorry, Dante, in the Afrobeats scene
yeah,
and the history of the way we make music, one of the things that everybody's fond of talking about, and I'm going to speak specifically on men, is about how everybody and all the new artists is a clone of another person, of another
right,
person, of another person.
yeah,
So you will talk about your Wizkid clones and your there's never
One day
really any
cool.
there's
yeah.
never any Davido clones, but there's Wandeko clones for sure. And now they have started having Victoni clones, and
How are
even
they?
Bolu
Volunteer.
Bolutife is now JO's clone. So I think it is what people engage in the time that you are in that you
Gravitate to.
regurgitate, right? So if in the moment, remember when there were 5 million Wizkid clones, we were there. What music was popping in that moment? Wizkid. When there were Victoni clones, now that we know what music is popping and that's why they are Victoni clones. We are talking about all these different things, and I need everybody to be just honest and say that the reality of things is a lot of people, yes, make music based on what they are inspired by, and a lot of the time, what inspires you is what's popular around you. So
Right.
if you say women are making a focus based on R&B, that is not something I even disagree with. It means there are a lot of them that are vocalists,
Yeah.
but it makes you wonder what was the thing that was working around them. It's not saying all of them are vocalists, but a lot of them are vocalists, and it's like, what is the thing that women were doing that was successful when they were doing it? And
Yeah.
it's being a vocalist. When they were coming up, that's what they were saying. So they want to make music like that because that's what got popular and that's what works. I don't think there's any mathematics, any magic to it. If a woman wants to sing, let her sing. If a man wants to sing, let them sing.
For
Because at
sure.
the end of the day, when Oxlade comes and does his own vocals for you people say he do falsetto too much. So which one do you want? Which one?
I don't know if
I
you did
think
that to
you
go.
kind of mentioned what I was gonna say, which was, are people making music that is authentic to them, or they are making music that works,
That was
right?
around and
So
inspired them.
exactly, like okay,
Okay.
so
Can you
and
say?
see
Can you say?
what works can be authentic to you, by the way, like.
Right. Right.
But what
That's
did you want
also
to
a
say?
possibility. I was about to say how Tiwa Savage looks at her most Afrobeats songs today. She looks at it with such disdain, like the Eminados, the
It
Yeah,
wasn't the only
because she said she
Eminado.
only
She's only
made.
Eminado. She looked that way.
Yeah, she said she made
Dorobuchi. She
that
hated
in the course of
Dorobuchi.
the time. She hates Dorobuchi.
She
She
hates
hates all of
Dorobuchi.
it, and she has been very vocal
Oh.
about it because that was what was popular, and
That
that was what they told her to make. So she made it, but she does not like it.
yeah. So that was
I've actually, I think that was it Christiana. I was her name. I think she said there was one female vocalist that like
Christina
after making the
Aguilera.
Grammys album, it might have been her, but after so much success, years later, she was like, yeah, I didn't like any of those albums or those songs.
Yeah.
Which
No, but in this context, but we're still talking about like
yeah, no, I'm just saying like it's always interesting to me when artists have those POVs of their records years later is like, yeah, this was not authentic to me, this was not genuine to me, and it's kind of like, but I made my money though. You
yeah,
understand me?
yeah,
So it's just like, oh yeah, I was focused on making money at the time. I wanted to be a pop act, and if you're gonna be a pop act and you study pop acts and you study the market, like I think we're talking about Afrobeats and Latin this thing then, and we said, oh, okay, there was a point hip hop was like really the thing,
yeah,
and trap beats were the thing, and then pop stars started infusing hi-hats and kicks into
yeah,
like their records almost with those arrangements. So
Oh yes.
people will always gravitate towards
yeah.
what's popping, but I always would hope that people are being honest when I'm listening to their music from a fan
For sure,
perspective.
for sure.
Yeah,
You
for sure.
know.
All of everybody now, it's not NBA young boy. I be who is it that they are? Who is it? Who are they? Anyway, let me keep quiet.
Yo,
I
Okay,
wanted
Ade.
anyways,
to.
Yo,
Oh,
Ade. Sorry, I just wanted to open the floor for Ade real quick. Yeah.
I wanted to. So a couple of things. Belama said something earlier that
I think I wanted to respond to when we're talking about like our industry is not as big as people assume it to be, where they're like, oh, if you don't like something, go and listen to the thing that you like. Like a lot of the spaces are occupied by the same people and the same teams and the same engines. So you're going to have to listen to a few things that you don't like listening to. For example, there's an artist, a rapper that I cannot stand, but seems to be hot right now and is on everybody's album. So literally, Spotify has to black out one song every single album because I don't want to listen to this person. I can't get away from this guy. As much as I blocked him, he's still everywhere without his red cap, and it's annoying. But what am I going to do about it? I have to eat it.
I'm
So
sorry. Do
it's
you know
not.
that? Do you know that every
Oh my
album
god.
I've dropped in the past 1 month have him on it?
It's
How are you
annoying, but
surviving?
it's a very tough time
It's
because it's
annoying.
even one song where I already entered the song there. I don't invite to the song, and the guy just entered my kalaka. I said, "Shut up." But anyways, um,
Interesting.
so that's that first half, right? The second piece of it is
Sorry.
the thing that you said about like making. There's like every artist has to face that sort of decision of like, oh, you make something, maybe it starts to pop. Maybe that's even where the artist that we first started this conversation with is caught in, where it's like, oh, I actually want to go back to making the high quality stuff that everybody would like, but they're like, no, make this lamba because that's what we need to keep going. For the female artist that you're referring to, before I even go to that, I'll use MI as an example. I've been following MI since 2000 and Perry
8.
Boy, so 2007, 2008. Like one thing that MI said with making his albums and making illegal music was illegal music is the music that I really want to be showing you guys. I want to be flexing on these records like this, but I have bills to pay. So here's the
Yep.
album that will
Yep.
sell, and you guys will get your African rapper #1, and I will still be singing the other stuff that like gets me fulfilled or whatever the case may
Yep.
be.
Yep.
I think the challenge that some people, or the challenge that a lot of artists get caught in is like because art is an expression, they forget that it's also for them it's a job.
Yeah.
And some of us don't like our jobs. Some of us don't like phases of our jobs. We don't
Mm-hmm.
like seasons where we're doing our job, but we do the job. And like you're supposed to have that, and people have demands of you doing a job. They want it to be a particular way, and art gives you the opportunity to say, "Yeah, I make enough money. I'm not going to do that," or "I don't make enough money. I'm going to have to do this for now until I can do the thing that I really want to do."
Yeah.
One thing I keep saying to people is the version of Adekunle Gold you guys are hearing now. This is who you guys want. This is what he
This
wanted
is
you
what
guys
he
to hear
wanted
from
to.
jump. This is what he wanted to give you guys from jump.
Yeah.
Like he just had to do all the other stuff that got
Yeah.
things going to get to that point. And I think for female artists, that the critique that we have sometimes is this. If I ask you this question right now, I'll leave you with this. Who is the female artist that puts a headline show, start to finish, sings, dances, has a band, does all of that? Name how many of them that you can. I'm not saying it from a standpoint of a population in terms of like the total number, but who are the ones that even out of the number that you have now, you add the Bloody Civilians, the Queen King Madis, the Tiwas, there's not that many. Probably Aya and maybe Tyler are probably two that give you that all the things I just listed. And I think that's why everybody's so excited about the two of them because they look like the two that will be able to tick all the boxes. The lyrics are there, the vocals are there, the stage presence is there. Da da da. Da. Unfortunately, for such a patriarchal society or audience that Afrobeats is in general, it does not allow enough opportunities for enough of them to bench at the same sort of point. So we're still doing that whole selection of like, which one do we like? Which one is beautiful enough? Let's put that one up. If it was down to just purely the art, there's a lot more opportunity that would require them to fit that space. Unfortunately, we're just still not there. So you have to default back to the let's be sexy, let's be hot, let's da da da, so we can translate the music. Otherwise, there's an artist. I'm just gonna leave you with this. It's an artist that changed her name. She was performing. She's a rapper. She started off as a rapper, came out to us as a rapper, has changed her name, and has now been doing popish / R&B-ish stuff in the last few years. If anybody's looking for a hint, she was at Palm Wine Fest the last couple of years, I think. And
You don't have to say her name. I will say her name.
okay,
Don't worry about it.
but anyways,
LST. Abi?
uh-huh.
LST.
So I just think that answering your question is saying that, oh, why is it like, because people got to chop, people must eat, so they have to go to what makes them eat.
I don't think the name change came from
somebody that was
anyway.
rapping like Ladipo, and now like her new song.
Isn't she still rapping? I think she's still
And
rapping.
she's rapping, but now
She's
she's
still
doing
She's
rapping.
rap
doing
singing. She's sing rapping.
I
she's
think she's
rap
still rapping,
she's
guys.
so she's rapping, right? But this her new song, 10/10, lovely song, lovely jam. But you see, the problem is that when she started, that's not what she was doing. She
No,
was doing
but
what she
she
was doing first.
actually, no, to be fair, she actually started with both. She had singing records on that first EP, and she also had like rapping records too.
Now, I'm not talking about the EP. Before the EP ever came out. Now, I'm waiting she did do be that she was a
Well, I
girl.
don't
And
know her
I
before
get
the
it,
EP,
and
so
I
I
get
wouldn't
it,
know. Yeah.
and I get it. Sometimes you have to rebrand for the work.
Anyway,
And I'm sorry to her.
all right, real quick, man.
But that
Dante,
strategy has worked though. It's worked for people. So
to be able to
credit.
have those two to balance or to toggle between, I think it's always a good place, and it goes back to even that ultimate dilemma that artists have. You don't just see it with rappers. You see it with the singers as well. Like literally, there's a song on Simi's Omo Charlie Champagne where she's actually saying what the dilemma is, and she was frustrated about it. This thing that we're talking about in terms of wanting to create a certain sound, but the audience rewards something else, and you want to do other things. So, yeah, man, I think it's a it's the age old dilemma that artists are in constantly, and the question that they have to ask themselves, because we live in a capitalist world. There are bills. Music is also a product. Like they have to. At the end of the day, it's a product. So yeah, so certain things have to come from a place of necessity in a lot of ways versus expression. And I think that's the toggle that they've always had to do. But beautiful conversation so far. I don't know if Dante still wanted to throw in a word before we transition to new music. Dante, how you feeling?
Nah, man. Everybody good there, alright.
You good?
Yeah.
Oh, okay,
He
so
said
Do you
everybody
hear me?
go day
yeah, I heard that, but I'm saying
and
like he
I
doesn't want to say
agree.
anything further.
No, because everybody
Nah.
truly go day all right.
Okay, all right. So let's get into new music, okay? And we're gonna kick off new music with an artist that is here with us already. You guys already know Ṣẹwà. She just dropped her debut album called Detox. All right. I don't know, is Ṣẹwà here? Or Belema, can you please?
I just invited her to
Oh, okay.
come up to speak.
Yeah, man. Nah,
She should be
Ṣẹwà.
here in a second.
Ṣẹwà's Detox album. Got to hear it on stream. Also got to got to see it live last night as well, which was definitely a moment. Fortunately, I had to leave earlier because of because of life, man. Sunday night is always rough, but yeah, man. Ṣẹwà is with us here. Detox. What's going on, Ṣẹwà? How you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm still reeling from last night, but
Yeah.
altogether I'm feeling great.
That's good, man. Your Detox album, like, does it actually feel like a detox in the sense of letting go of or cleansing?
Yes.
Nice.
Yes, that was why it was made. The previous project was called Toxic, and it just made sense to call the next one Detox.
That makes sense.
To be honest, Ṣẹwà, yesterday I got a detox from your show. I've been saying it, bro. Like yesterday, I sat there in front and I'm telling you, bro. Like I don't lie too much. Like I got a detox. Like yesterday, I was just like really like. I went to your listening party and I listened to your. I think I gave you some reviews. Well, like I can't wait to see you perform your album live.
Right.
And yesterday, once I go home and it's like my brain just went on a reset. I'm telling you, I'm not even just saying this because you're here.
Thank you.
But yesterday, bro, like I was just feeling the band, feeling your energy. You touched some emotional sides. Like she's having a show in Lagos, guys. If you're in Lagos,
Oh
December
shit!
20th,
Oh, that's
we're
dope.
there.
That's dope. That's
There.
dope. Nah, that's
We're there for
exciting.
you, man.
That's exciting.
Thank you,
man.
Fusi.
Nah,
Thanks
for
a lot.
sure. I was thinking, I was like, Lagos needs to like hear this. Just going to the show, seeing like I don't know if it was 13 or 14 piece band that you
Was
had.
a 14-piece band? Was a 14?
Jeez, man. Very like,
Thank you.
and I want to say this metaphorically because shout out to the location, the Lulu Lounge. The stage definitely was a bit of
That was what.
Sorry?
Sorry, finish. I thought you were
No, I was gonna say metaphorically. I was thinking that like Ṣẹwà is built for a bigger stage. Like you are actually built for a bigger stage because visibly you couldn't see every piece of the band. Like you can definitely feel like, oh yeah, like there's a lot of cramping to make this work. But
Yeah.
overall, like the music is exceptional. It's like
That's a showcase now. That's a
it's
showcase for bigger venues.
yeah.
She's going to go to that bigger venue. It's a
That
showcase. That was
that
just a
that's
showcase.
exactly what I'm saying.
Literally.
That's exactly what I'm saying. But I'm saying like, yeah, when it comes to the live performance, when it comes to connecting and building on the records, nah, it was quite the experience. And it wasn't my first time obviously seeing you live. Like you've opened for different acts, but obviously seeing you in your element where you had more
Yeah.
control, having the entire band and even still
Sold
passing on.
out too.
Yeah, like
Like,
nah, it was really good, man. It was really,
thank you
really
so
good.
much.
Nah, that was so much
Thank you.
fun. Yeah, but let's talk about the album real quick, man. Real quick.
Okay.
The album, I mean, going through it on live, I was like, yeah, man. You go to a couple records, you hear like, especially songs like Femi. You're thinking, yeah, some some brother out there has done some has done some serious work and damage in terms of like in terms of your feelings. But I know this even on on the show last night. You were saying a lot of people think the album is about a
That
particular
was already at you,
person.
by the way. That was
Sorry.
already at you. I was
Yeah,
happy
no,
that
no,
was
I know
already
it was. I know it was. That's why I'm bringing it up. I know. So she was like, "Oh, I know some people think it might be about a guy or someone that inspired this, but this is an album about yourself. Please elaborate about it being about yourself, though. I just wanted to hear that."
okay. First, I acknowledge that people like digest, art differently. So, I wouldn't take it personal.
No, no, for
And I mean,
sure.
the songs are titled the guy's name.
Yeah.
But it's the same thing. Everybody that goes through a heartbreak feel that I'm putting into words. Most people don't even know how to express that into words. But
Mm-hmm.
luckily for me, I'm blessed with the gift to be able to do that. So that I can actually
Tell
compose,
him.
produce a song that like makes me vulnerable enough to express what a person has made me feel like what's the term like I've suffered.
Yeah.
Anybody who's been heartbroken like a serious loss
Yeah.
would feel that. Plus, it's not just the heartbreak, like the song about my dad on the album, it's
Yes,
all
the
just
last
like
record.
the
Yes.
whole, which you thought was about the guy too.
No, no, no,
Honestly, I
no, no,
thought
no,
the
no,
song was
no, 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 no. I corrected it now. Sure, don't do me like that.
at the end of the song.
At the end of the song, yes, yes, I course corrected.
I said Baba me from the very
Yeah,
first, like Baba me.
no,
What did you
no. I never even said it was about the guy. I just said, oh yeah, I was trying to understand the content, and it started coming together and piecing together, and it came back together as one of a very very beautiful like tributing song, and it's very heartfelt and very well
Thank
written
you.
too.
Thank you. No,
So yeah, for sure, for sure.
Imagine to say something about what you just said, right? About what Shewa just said, and that's something I really like about her. Because I listened to this song. There's one of my favorite Beyonce songs, "Best Thing I Ever Had." Right? I
Okay.
don't think she went through that phase, but she's singing another person's story, and you can connect with it. So when I listen to Shewa's
Gotcha.
music, even that Femi song, I'm like, she can take someone's story
Hmm.
and make it like her own, and the way she expresses it in her art is really amazing. And a lot of people can't do that. And that's what a lot of people don't understand when it comes to talent, right? Some artists, when they sing songs, it's not about their personal life. They
Yeah.
just have a songwriter writing a song for them, and the way they, express it to the people now feel like, oh, this song is about the person that's actually singing this song. And that's where Shewa kills it, right? She knows how to like look at experiences, if it's not her own experiences, and she puts it in her art and she makes it feel like it's her that's singing it. And that's a talent on its own entirely. And that, I'm telling you, man, I just really love Yesterday. I'm just still
thank you.
thinking about it, to be honest. So yeah.
Nice,
Thank you
nice.
so much. Well, FM was like it's a real life experience. That was my own experience. With the I actually have a few songs where I'd ask people to tell me their experiences, and I use that to write. They're not out yet, but and
Nice.
the joke of that song is that the person I wrote about actually called Femi. That's his middle name, but nobody would know that that's who I'm referring to. He wouldn't even know I'm referring to him too, because like Femi like general term for like
Yeah.
you know guys who be doing Yoruba men who be doing like Yoruba demon shit. Sorry, can I cuss?
This is not your first time here. Come on, man. No, for real. Like I definitely hear all of that.
As long as it's a man you are cussing out, you can go ahead,
If I
my
never
dear.
say you can cause
Got you.
too much shade, man. Too much shade. No, but yeah. Another thing I was even trying to open up with the conversation at least we'll be having a conversation tonight about like talent and style of music. Like it's been a very big thing. You can see the uproar in terms of how people are feeling like talented artists are not getting attention and not getting the look. But I think in your own case, like I feel like you come with a different presentation of it because it's not a mainstream sound. It's not a party or Bedu contemporary like type of sound that we see. So like just speaking to your influences, right? I think there's one obvious name that comes up every time, right? Well, I'm curious where you can tie all those influences together in terms of the artists you grew up on and who has spoken into the talent and the material that you're putting out together.
Yeah, thank you for asking.
Yeah.
Like one funny thing is that I never actually grew up in anybody like from a child like my dad. Um, I didn't like music as a child. Like I thought it was noise. I was like, stop playing that. Like I actually got very like irritated by radios when I was younger. I mean,
Yeah.
I always heard like, oh, Juma Timon on the radio. Like that was I
Mm-hmm.
was like, well, I wasn't like a fan. I just knew it because it was force fed as a good morning song
Yeah.
to everybody as kids. But when I grew older and I lost my dad, I needed something like a solace to like help me deal with that
Right.
because I wasn't and I was also healing from that. And
Gotcha.
I just needed like a last check mark before I die. Basically, that's what it was. And then I started playing the guitar, and I was like, this is not. I mean, except for the hand hurting you, Sha. That was the only thing that I thought. But I was in all that kind of pain in my body and my mind that I forgot about the one that was hurting my hand. And the moment I picked up the guitar, I became less in pain mentally, and I started to heal. And then from then on, Asha was the first person that I went back to listen to. I
Nice.
loved Beautiful Nubia. Amy Winehouse was a huge part of my catalog.
Yeah.
Nina Simone. I'm a huge jazz head, which is why my arrangements are how,
Yep.
which is why I compose my songs how I compose my song because of
Yep.
like
Yep. You
how I'm
hear it.
influenced by jazz, and it's a kind of thing you would see at like a jazz show, but like with lyrics and like more with singers and whatever. Who again? Oh, Leon Bridges is a big part. I love Leon Bridges so much.
But like Baja,
Yep. That
I
makes
think you performed the
sense.
song yesterday. Like Baja's
That's
song.
crazy. I'm Lagbaja fan, but I don't think I'm influenced by Lagbaja. But I love Ego. I can't pronounce her
Ego.
name.
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like we had very similar vocal textures. Like it's so I was very easy for me to like
Nice.
sing her song. Like it was so easy. Like that's the easiest person I think I've tried to
Nice.
imitate in my life.
Nice.
I think these are the core people. Louis Armstrong. Honestly, they're
Yeah.
mostly dead. To be honest, I'm people that like are mostly dead. Honest, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
But those are the people that I
Yeah.
can think of top of my head. And I actually love Pasuma a lot. Actually no, I did grow up on Fuji. I think I liked Fuji. That's where I
Nice.
think I remember. I
Nice.
liked the noise. And
Nice.
I what's the man that came to Afrofest? What's his name again? He came to Afrofest this year. It was a Fuji
Afro.
Fuji.
Is it Shino Peters?
No.
Yes.
Shino
Shino
Peters, yes, Shino
Peters.
Yes,
Peters.
yes,
Shino
yes.
Peters.
He came,
Yeah.
yes,
Shino
and him.
Peters. That's
Yes,
dope.
and
That's
him.
dope.
Yes.
That's
These
dope.
are all
That's
very
dope. All right. All right. Sure. I don't know if you remember, but one of my first interactions with you was how you were not necessarily you're not confident that I would like your music.
Chad, shut up.
Do you
Chad,
remember that, Shewa?
Chad is about yes. Chad is
You
about to say something too.
you remember that?
Yes, I do. I remember.
It's just I'm very curious when it comes to because there've been other milestones that you've had since then, like especially the moment with Asha, like obviously the artist that you've mentioned now as a big influence
That was
on
a
you,
dream.
right?
Yeah.
Seeing an artist that like that validates your effort, validate your talent in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
I don't know. This is just me guessing. I'm very curious where your confidence level is now because I saw it last night. Like you seemed very confident compared to the shy and timid Ṣẹwà that wasn't really like okay. Like I don't think you're gonna like my songs, but bro, like there's a
Ima
stark
Otedola
difference.
posted her now. Otedola posted her music too now.
There's a
Otimi
stark
Otedola posted her
difference.
music.
That's crazy. There's a stark
Yeah.
difference from that Ṣẹwà that I remember versus the Ṣẹwà now with everything going on. So like just tell me what was the like change? What was the mind shift that you've had, or at which point did you start to realize that okay, I have something that I can actually offer and people will be receptive of, you know? So I'm very curious.
That's the thing. I've always known that I had something. The problem is I didn't think people would receive what I had. Like I know that. I mean, the kind of people I listen to, they have audiences, but they're not mainstream. They are
Right.
always like niche. You know, they're a niche sound. So
Right.
I've always known that I had this. So I'm always assuming that you would not like it because I've always seen you in Afrobeat settings. First.
Okay.
I've always seen Afrobeat parties. I've never seen you at a so
Wow.
I've only seen you
Okay.
at Loje,
Okay.
with Tony, Fireboy. What will I think? Please.
Okay.
What?
Okay. All right.
I thought
I'll
you're
take it
Asake, I
as
thought you're
that.
Brother Boy.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
So please.
I guess, but
I was like, you and Tad, I was like, you and Tad, I don't think you're gonna like my sound because I literally was seeing Tad working at whose show was
it
this?
was
Was it
Victoni.
Tony?
Yeah, it was.
And I was like,
I was literally there. I was like, yeah,
yes, we were there. Oh, yeah,
yeah.
holding. I thought it was holding refs or something. And I was like, I don't think you're gonna like my sound.
Yeah, no, I was there when you were saying that, and I was like, nah, you need to snap out of that because I was thinking I was looking at it at the point of view as that you're going to stand out. Like there's a huge vacuum that feels wide open for that lane, for that space of jazz or folk influenced Nigerian music that is still very much in this newer era of Afrobeats to the world. Like in this newer era, like it's very much untapped in the mainstream level. So I think like there's a potential. There's something that will make you stand out in a lot of ways, and that even goes back to the earlier conversation we're having when we come across good artists, good artists, but just want to see something that obviously stands out from the pile, stands out from the bunch. And I was trying to even emphasize to you at that time that it's something that you should be able to be more proud of and double down that like listen, this is
Yeah.
different. This is different. Like not everybody's organizing a 14-piece like band and arranging
And
and
produce the
composing
sound.
the sounds. Like I saw you how
And
you were like
producing their own music.
bro, I saw how you were like reacting to. You knew what parts of the drums were coming.
Yeah.
You knew. I was like, she knows the in and out of the entire performance. Like this is not anything that like you should be shy or be like
Yeah,
held back
and,
about.
and for the confidence part,
Yeah,
honestly, I had an out of body experience last night. Like
mad.
I still don't believe that I was the one who. Normally, I'm a very timid performer. Like I just like use my guitar. Like I just like had to film my guitar and just stay there. Even on
Right.
songs I'm not playing, I just like put my guitar in front and just like look at it. But like, oh my god! But this was the first time that I think I performed where I didn't know 70% of the people in the crowd. I
Wow.
did not know 70%. And my friends at the front, but I was like, wait, where all these people come from? Like, I normally have like my friends and fans that I know that I, talk to personally,
Yeah.
who I like keep in touch with because, like me having fans, like I have to like, keep in touch with them. And I was
Yeah.
like, wait, what are all these people? What the hell did they come from? So I guess I just like clocked
Nice.
out that okay, I had nobody to like bully in
Nice.
front of me. I would just like, do my thing.
Nice.
And I also enjoyed performing. My band members, please, those
Those
guys,
guys are good, man.
they gave me confidence. And I heard earlier I was talking about like chemistry or something
Um,
in the band that I heard earlier.
Yeah.
And I agree because some like with a band you have to have chemistry with the
Yep. For
band or
sure.
else it's like
For
what's the
sure.
point?
real fast,
I
Ṣẹwà.
just want to say, I want to let you guys know that Vibes Cartel was performing yesterday in Toronto, and Ṣẹwà still sold out her show. You know,
Yeah.
Cartel is very, very big, and Ṣẹwà still sold out,
Nah.
bro. It tells you a lot. It tells you a lot.
Nah. Legit.
Ṣẹwà.
Yes, ma.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Obviously, these lots don't know anything about the
Ah.
Samara joys of the world.
Woo!
So when I think of her, when I think of you, that's who comes to mind.
Please, no,
And
no. That woman is it. No. I will love that. I will actually. I want to accept that. I want to accept that compliment. Please, I really will not. I will not. She's on a different level. What? No.
No, but and I think that's fair to say like, oh, she's on a different level. But I think for the space and what you're trying to do is for sure up there. But I think like my question for you is like, where are you hoping to take this? Because like you've said, a lot of the people you listen to are more niche. So when you talk about how like you thought Emmanuel would not like your kind of music or Taj would not like your kind of music, you are speaking to like the more popular Afrobeats of it all. But
Yeah.
how do you plan to move knowing that like you might not get the mainstream attention from the Nigerian audience that you essentially deserve?
You're right. Deserving is different, but I don't think I'm looking for mainstream because if I was, I would make music that sounds like that. I have Afrobeat sounding songs. It's very it easily comes to me, but I know that I'm just selling out myself at that point, and I don't want to have to come back after 5 years and I'd be like, okay, now this is my
Yeah.
album. Like
This
that's
is the real thing that I wanted to make
Yeah, we're
before,
talking
but
about yeah.
it's
that's what we were
weird.
talking about
I'm like,
earlier. Exactly.
yeah. For example, I knew Fireboy in Lagos before he blew up, and the sound he came up with, I was like, huh? I was like, who is this? And then when he
Crazy.
dropped his album, Laughter, Tears, and something, I was like, yes, this is this person that I know. Like this is the sound that I know. And funny part, that was not the album that actually blew up than the normal Afrobeat mainstream sound in it. And I
Yeah.
don't that for myself. I want to be myself up until when I'm like, okay, I want to make reggae.
Yeah.
That's been choice, not because of people want me to listen, want me to do that. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, speaking of that, now I'm more curious now about the origin story because I don't think I know too much about your time in Lagos before you moved here. Were you in the same circles with Fire, but like OAU was that
Yeah. No, I was in Unilag, but
okay?
I
Okay,
knew Lagos, Fireboy, Oxlade. They were all like, they were all in the same friend group. So if I knew one of them, like I
gotcha.
was in all of them. And it's one thing that I know that I'm grateful for is that I'm not cursed with FOMO, like fear
Mm,
of missing. Because if I was, I would be like, why are all my friends big and I'm just here? Like, and
right.
someone, I'm not worried because, but like, we don't make the same kind of sound. If we did, I'd probably be feeling like that, but I don't. I mostly would not feel like that.
Gotcha.
And at that point, they were where I'm at now in the sense of like knowledge of what they are doing.
Mm.
When I was with them, I did not really know much music, honestly. Like I couldn't sing for shit. So like I'm basically like I'm appropriately where I'm supposed to be, and I'm not like stressed about it because at this point, these guys could sing fire. I'll just be like, wow.
Wow.
And then I can't figure around them because I'm like, what am I supposed to sing? Why is I singing? I'm doing all the like riff and rounds, and I'm just looking like, okay, I can do backup for you, but like that's about it. I can't do anything else. So
Yeah.
it was a very fun thing, like having so many connections in Lagos. I mean, I didn't know that they would be big. Everybody
Yeah.
who I friends with, then even the show with Oxlade at OU also had Asake in it, Yamali.
Mhm.
But it was more of a like we all loved arts and that was like what we were doing. We didn't like think it would actually go anywhere per se, but I'm so happy for them
Yeah.
and I'm happy too.
Nice, nice. Now, even to the earlier points Belema was saying about, yeah, we know like the sound is not essentially like what a lot of people would consider Afrobeat or mainstream, right? But you never. That's the thing about like the mainstream. It changes a lot, right? It changes a lot. I don't even think you should even write yourself off of like having a mainstream appeal because I looked at the crowd that you had. I saw people of different ages. I saw people of different like backgrounds,
Yeah.
and it feels like your music can cater to an even broader audience than you can imagine. And yeah, and I don't even think it's one thing you can write off to see a renaissance of more jazz or more folk leaning artists coming back into the mainstream. Like it could be a pendulum swing back into that. Like we could never know. Maybe the Dotty the Deities, the Ojureres, like those guys would come out and be like, yeah, it would be an item in this. They would take up more space in the mainstream scene. I think it's we can't write it off. I wouldn't write it off for sure.
I
At least from my
hear that.
point of view. Nice,
I
nice.
hear that.
Did anyone have? I think Dante has his hand up. Dante, what's good?
Sorry, Dari was here first.
Oh, Dari, my bad.
Honest person. Cool.
What'd you say, Ṣẹwà?
Um,
Honest person.
Dari, what's good, bro?
Yeah, I'm good. So I always enjoy hearing about acts like this because I think I haven't listened to your music, But from what I've heard so far, it sounds like you're really taking it like a full blown career. You're being a student of the game, and at different levels, you've tried to just service the industry because you mentioned how you were doing backups. I hear that you also play like the guitar,
I
so it
do.
shows that you're like really like this a student of the craft. You're a musician, that kind of thing. So like I'm just curious like about the band.
Hmm.
Um, how long have you been with them, and do you think it sort of distincts you as an artist, and how did you guys come together basically?
Okay, the first question, how long we've been playing? So there have been like new members that have been joining because it started with me, my one of my backup singers, my bassist, my drummer, and everybody else. Some people had to travel and leave the country, and so I had to like rebuild the band from the start. I had to find people who had the same passion and drive as I did, and know that I don't have money to pay you every time because I'm a struggling successful artist. Sorry, I'm a starving successful artist. That's what I call myself. And
Nice.
I give them the option if they want to be here, and if they don't, like I would not hold them to it. And lucky for me, I mostly find people who have the same drive as me, who want to make some kind of like mark on the world, and they feel like um they can start with me because I have strong head and I really like to get shit done.
Right.
Like like this month I had an album listening and a concert, like
Nice.
with like with like no budget. Like who the hell does that? And but anyways, back to your question. Yes, about a year and a half in total would be like how long I've been playing with these guys. Or 2 years, I would say 2 years. Because this
Nice.
was my third headline concert, but I felt like my first. Second question was what's your what's the question?
Yeah,
What's the second question?
I think that was it.
No, you asked
All
three
right.
questions.
Dari, was there another question that are you asking? Oh, we lost
I'm not
Dari.
even
No, his network has been choppy lately, so it's actually
okay.
yeah, fair enough. Dante, I know you had your hand up,
Oh, okay.
bro.
I'm Ṣẹwà.
Hey Dante.
Um, first, like the album is great. It's crazy, crazy good. I love it. Like it's
Thank
definitely
you.
one of like the best like African records
Thank
I've heard. This
thank
year and in the long run also like it's it has its own identity and there's no way I would perceive it the same way I would perceive any other type of music. But like there was some things I wanted to not but and there are some things I wanted to ask. And you kind of spoke on like the Fireboy thing. And I was gonna ask you that maybe you maybe his music, maybe you saw in a way is in line with your people. Because I think while the music is different from like you to Dotty to Tegaitan to
you. Mm-hmm.
Audrey, like they have everybody has their own identity and influences. Fireboy always came up to me as like, oh, he's a folk meets singer songwriter that is fusing with Afrobeat.
Mm-hmm.
And because I feel you're very knowledgeable in that field, I was gonna ask if you felt that way too.
Yes, we actually have a song together that's actually has been out since SoundCloud. I will never tell anybody what the name is because I don't like this song anymore. So I'm just going to hide the title of the song and hide my former name so nobody goes to find it. But yes, I've always like felt like that. Like Dotty's my friend. Dotty Ojurere and Tega Ethan were working on something all like individually on different things, and
Nice.
we're kind of where like Afro folk
Yeah.
meets Afrobeats, Afro what do they call it? Afro motion.
You say Afro motion?
I did.
Jesus.
Emmanuel, you don't know Afro motion. Keep up,
No,
keep up.
I've heard it. I was just making sure that that's what she said.
Alright, so that was the first thing. So
Thank
yeah,
you,
I
Dante.
said that identity. Yeah, and the second question, the second thing was about the last track. Why is it the bonus track? That's my favorite song on the project, by the way.
Really? Why about my dad?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
a tribute
That
record.
it
is
was because the
my
way
mom.
you, okay,
No, finish. Sorry, I thought you were done.
the way the backups were arranged as like a form of outro made me feel like it feels like an outro. Do you
Okay.
grab?
Yeah.
So I didn't get why it was a bonus track. Like it felt identity wise like it belonged in that world still,
Yeah.
which would make sense for you to put it there. But I don't know why. You always, I'm like, I've listened to the album a couple times and I'm like, okay, why is bonus track here?
I hear you. Like when I was arranging the songs, because I had to arrange all the songs. 'Cause like I said, I produced like 11 and a
11
half
of it.
of the songs, yeah, and I had to be the one to like chop and cut and everything. So when I was sending that one out to be mixed, because I didn't want to mix everything myself, I could also mix some of them too. I had to arrange the background vocals because, like what you said about it sound like a concluding this thing. That was the intention I had. I tried to like make sure all the vocals were like all the way to the end, left and right, like nothing was in the like. How do I put this in word that will make sense? But basically, that was intentional.
It
Why did
felt more stereo.
Yes, no, yeah, I put it more stereo than surround. Like I tried to make it more, just it had like a concluding factor to it, and it was a bonus track because Taj didn't want me to do 13 tracks. I actually have 14 tracks with the album at first. I begrudgingly took out one that I didn't want to take out. And I was like, this one has to stay. Like, there's no way. If I'm saying detox, I'm not only referring to heartbreak. Like, because the only pain I felt in my life is not just a person hurt, not just a man born of a woman that hurt me. For God's sake, like, I've had some serious, crazy experiences that I would never. I don't think I'll probably put in a book or something and like have like a book deal or some shit. Like my story should be in a book, and if I'm saying I'm detoxing from everything that's hurting me, why am I not including my dad's death, which still very much is alive in my life. My family were at the show I had yesterday, and my mom came back and say, "You stop performing that song because you keep making me cry." And I was just like, "I cannot stop performing the song because it's good." And she's like, "Okay, but like, you know." Just like make sure that I'm not there when you're singing it because it makes her sad. And
Yeah.
my sisters were crying, my mom was crying, my grandparents were crying, and funny part, I tried not to cry. I already cried earlier, like in the first, in like my song called Lost. I already cried then. I didn't want to cry again, but yeah, it was a bonus track because I think I was only told to drop 12 songs, and I wanted to do strong head and put one more. And I've come to realize that in albums, the song that is mostly the best is mostly the bonus track. Like in my experience of listening to albums, like I mostly end up loving the bonus tracks, not even the ones on like the list. Do you
So
get?
it relates to me on that, and that is not always the case, but in this case, like it was. And thank you for mentioning the production thing, because I think that was for now that was gonna be like my last question. Like, what has
Mm.
been your journey as producer? Because it's very common for non-Afrobeat, like quote unquote, in quotes rather, to have this story of, hey, I make this kind of music, and I just happen to be the producer also. It's the same with Tiger, it's the same. I don't know about Dot, it's the same with Ojiri can be playing multiple instruments and whatnot, and you guys, you get what I'm saying? Like,
Did you say it's
the one
common or
way,
common? I didn't get that.
okay,
Did you say it's uncommon?
it's common. Like,
Okay.
to even, I could say times also was that, oh, I wanted
Yeah.
to make this type of records, but I
Yeah.
didn't have people that could produce it, or
Oh,
if I did, they were too expensive.
that
So,
is so
I
true.
wanted to, yeah.
Okay, I want to say first and foremost, I'm a perfectionist. That's the first thing. Taj knows, and I don't think you. I think I have to deal with that multiple times. My perfectionist, and I feel like nobody. I feel like there's nobody who will get my sound the way I would get it. Like even if they want to get it, I have to be there while they're like doing it. So like not to micromanage or anything, but just to be sure that they're doing the right thing. I just want to be clear. Manage people. and and in my experience as a musician, people hardly get my sound, even mixing. Like I actually went to school to learn mixing and mastering because of the fact
Yep.
that people hardly get my vocals. Like I went to
Mm-hmm.
Seneca College a
Mm-hmm.
year to learn it because I was like, people don't get my vocals, and I needed, even this my album, the ones that I didn't mix, I sat down. We were on Muse. I don't know if you know, Muse is like, it's like what's it called, Discord. You can like do like live mixings, like listen to audio movers with some of my friends, and I was like, I needed to be here. The only person, well, the two people who actually got my vocals like right the very first time was like this guy called Spirit Mix. I think he's like an OG in the
Oh yeah.
um mixing games. If I've known him for like almost 10 years, and I was like, yo, I have an album. He's like, what? Send it to me, I beg. And I did, and I was just like, whoa, this is what I wanted. Exactly. Like I didn't even have any other person. Was this guy, his name is David.
Oh, David wrote to
David,
me?
yeah, you know him.
Oh, we know David wrote to me here, man.
Yeah,
He's
we
in the
know, yeah.
listener. He's in the listener right now.
He's
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, he's right here.
I was just trying to gas you up, Mumu boy. I didn't mean to. Actually,
Nah,
I've been AirPod. I'm not looking at my
yeah,
phone.
he was behind Lil J's album. He was behind SARS. He helps like work with
I
SARS.
want to celebrity, Sha.
Is
I believe
is
he did the worldwide with Asake.
yeah, it's just crazy, man. I know David is not.
Celeb,
Don't play
celeb.
with David Rotimi. David Rotimi, are you kidding?
I will go and choose him up after this. But basically, yeah, the production is very common because most of us have to learn ourselves. And I play an instrument, and we mostly play instrument. Half of
Nice,
us start from church. I didn't, but the ones who did play an instrument, and it makes it easier for you to be able to compose and everything. So
nice,
yeah,
nice, nice. So, do you agree with the take that most musicians today need to go back to church?
church. That is well. I don't think I can speak on this because I never started in church. Because
Right.
I never did. I just started. I started by just listening to other people sing,
Yeah.
and I would say that they had church influences.
Mm-hmm.
Though, because someone actually asked me if I was like, no, but the people I listen to arrange music, like they were choir masters, so I had to learn from that. But in truth, I feel most people need to go back to church to learn how to, because church is like free vocal training. Like if I could, I
Yeah.
would. Like
Yeah.
if I could, I
So,
would. I just don't really have time to do
so, where did you get your like formal sense of training? Because I feel like it feels like you have some form of like very distinct training with your craft.
that. Trial and error.
That's crazy. That's
Trial
crazy.
and, so someone
Yeah.
trial and error, because I had somebody who once called me sorry excuse for a singer in Lagos. I would never forget that, and he was
What?
I would never. I mean, in truth, I was not a good singer, so but he didn't have to say that. Like he didn't have to say that, and I
Mm.
think for it's been like 6 years since he said that, and I don't know why I still remember it. But the more I sang, the more I got my sound, and I didn't have my sound until like 2 years ago. By the way, like
Wow.
I didn't really like my song with the cavemen. Well, I would say that was my sound, but I felt it was a very comfortable place for me to be in. Like the song when it came out was very like we produced and wrote that song in 30 minutes. Like it was so fast, it was so comfortable.
Wahala,
I mean,
man.
did like two
Peak
other
record.
songs. Like it was so comfortable, but I had to like a lot of trial and error for me to like get my own sound and know what kind of instrument I need on my band. I knew I wanted a talking drum. I wanted saxophones. Like I cannot
Wow.
like have horns on my songs. Like half my album had like some kind of horn instrument, flute or a saxophone.
Mm-hmm.
It had to be or a trombone. No, so yeah, no, flute and saxophones. Yes, that was it.
Nice.
Yeah, an error.
That's dope. That's
Yeah.
dope. Real quick, Ade, President, wanted to get a word in. What's good?
Hi, Ṣẹwà.
Hi.
First of all, you don't realize it, and I know you're going to go and look now, but we actually had a very interesting interaction last year, and I'm so glad to see that you're here and doing all the things that you're doing. Don't go and look at your DMs, but I know you're
I
going to
can't
do
even
it
see your
anyways.
own name. I can't see your
Don't
name.
worry,
It's
don't look,
President
don't look.
of.
It's okay. That's
Let
hey,
me
Didi
spell it.
Bobole, why are you telling
Let me
her?
spell it out.
Who is this? Tell me, tell me.
But anyways, I love your music. Let's focus on the music, please. Don't
I
look
love
at
how
the
Ade
DM.
is acting like he's not
Oh
also
my
a
god.
celebrity. Everybody,
Lima, flicks,
celebrities.
flicks, 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 flicks. So, therefore, I have a couple questions for you. So the first one is, um, how do you feel like outside of making music to for people's general consumption, how do you feel like you're making like you're kind of getting your reps to your 10,000 hours? Like, do you have any sort of pockets where you're like, I'm just doing this to be better, not because like it's kind of like something I want to do for everyone. Does that make sense?
Yes, but I've never in my life thought of making it for people. Like it's for me. Like I've never ever sat down and be like, okay, and make a song for people. Like something that I heard someone say, was it Erica Badu? She's like, I make what I want and people like it, they like it. And that's how not from a pride point of view. It's more like I'm not if I'm doing that then I won't get anything done, honestly, because most people like different genres of music. Like how would I put everybody's sound together and like do what they like? Do you get like I mostly do what I like and what I feel. I'm an emotional song. I'm like an Adele, like to say.
Fair enough.
Like I'm basically an African adult. I
Oh
mean,
yeah, from the subject
my name is
matter,
not.
Clip that. Clip that.
you can share.
Clip. That's the clip right there.
You can definitely hear the same shaggy that Adele has been. You can definitely hear it.
You know, yeah, hello on the other side.
Yeah.
I could, you know, yeah, that song.
Yeah, man.
I when we were young,
Sugar's presence.
please.
Okay, fair enough. That's great. So the other question that I have for you is you've just from observing, at least on social media and listening to your music, it seems like you've been on an upward trajectory in the last couple of years, or in the last year for sure. But
Mm.
there's a lot of cosigns, there's people posting your music, da da da. For you today, what is the thing that still gives you like juice? Like something that like if it happens today, like it still makes you as excited as the first time. Because I think after a while, like cosigns are cool, but
Mm.
like you're like, "Ah, well, I got all the Infinity Stones at this point." Like,
Mhm.
what is something that like outside of like being someone who delivers this to everyone still gets you like going? Like, is it like do you look at your follower count and it goes up? Do you look at like, ah man, that was a great song that I wrote? Like, what is the thing that still sparks that joy for you?
Performing. Follow our account, please. People follow and unfollow
You
you
know, I
every
knew you were
day.
going to say that, and at first, I want to respond now to everybody that opened this. And Bellam, I have a question for you, by the way, before I even finish answering. Is Taj the person that I normally agree with here?
Yes, it is.
Ah, it makes sense that you people. Oh, yeah, having sense. I love it. Anyways, now I want to sit down to say. Um, no, I think those of you that were bragging about seeing her yesterday, that we did that because why are you pushing rubbing it in our faces? What's wrong with you? Are you the only ones that can?
People
What's
from
that?
people came
I
from the
mean,
US to come and see me. You could have done the same.
you know what?
Ew.
You know what? Points have been made. I will take that. But I heard you have a show in December. I'm looking forward to that. I'll be
Yeah.
there. So
That's
I
it.
look forward to the rest of you can go and sit down somewhere.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you so
dope.
much.
That was dope. Yo, speaking of street correspondence, how's it been since you started working with Taj and the Talk Sound guys, man? Because I know it's been quite the change. I can definitely see their impacts, but how's it been? How's it been from your end?
It feels great to not have to do it myself anymore.
Mm.
Um, One thing I find hard doing is delegating because first I'm a first child of three girls, and I'm mostly doing everything myself,
Right.
and I still kind of do, but having someone that I don't have to worry about uploading the songs, the back end. Like
Mm-hmm.
I've never been good with like the back end of music. I just want to be in the front end and go to bed after doing that, and it's been great having to like leave that part to these guys to be able to like handle. Like I trust Taj a lot. Like I don't really be judging people like that, to be honest. Like sing my
Right.
songs, please. Obviously you can tell I have trust issues now, but like I trust this boy. Like I would just like send my song to him, just like, hey, take my songs, and that's a serious trust because this is my diary. This is not just songs. These are things you see in a teenager's diary. Oh, today I did this and did that.
Yeah.
Like I find my songs as a therapy for me, and me giving somebody else to handle it and be sure that they would deliver. It's a big thing. So it's been
Nice.
a breeze to work with Taj, and she's been a great person to work with, honestly. Like she listens to what I have to say, which is I'm not, which is a very big thing
Yep.
because it's not a very common thing for like, because I'm a woman, and in my experience the people that are why I don't have a manager too was because of the people they want to like mansplain me and tell me like, oh, this is what I'm like. I know, like, don't make me
Right.
feel like I don't know what I'm doing, or
Right.
you know, if I have an opinion, they shut it down. But Taj has never done that. If he does, if he wants to, he's like, okay, this is my opinion, but what you want to do is what you want to do. But this is what I think you should do.
Right.
And when he says that, I'm like, I probably should do what he says because it makes sense. I'm just being stubborn not to do it in the first place.
Nice,
So
man.
like Taj is a great person to work with. We talk sound, they've been amazing. I'm
Nice,
looking
man.
forward to like my show with them in December.
Nah, man.
Oh my
Shout.
gosh, somebody is here giving Taj flowers. God, I beg.
I knew it was going to be
It's annoying,
another.
no. It's annoying, no. It's annoying, no. Let's not get that. Let's not get it twisted. It's annoying as hell.
Man.
No,
Nah,
annoying in a good way.
nah. You guys did a splendid job, man. It was.
So I have one question for her. I'm just curious about something. So Shewa, like, I've known you for a while, right? And I've had
Yeah.
like a couple of conversations, right? So when it came for you to get your sound out there, like, how was the process? Because I seen that you used to open up for free. You used to take yourself out to beg people to open up. I won't say beg, but you used to like take
Like,
Push.
time to go and get your sound there. So how was that process for you? You not being able to perform the actual way you want to perform to these audiences, like how was that process for you getting to this stage right now?
I get that. the very first thing would be like the no paying for performances. Like it's a bill we have to pay. Like we don't there's no two way about it. Like you have to, kiss some asses. But honestly, I didn't do that. I just said, if you want, if you don't want, it's fine. And honestly, I don't really ask people because my music is, if I'm not with my band and I'm playing acoustically, I feel naked on stage. If it's not an audience that is like my kind of sound. At Asha show, for example, when I was there
Yeah.
and I brought out my guitar, that was the first time I felt comfortable to perform to a crowd I did not know. Because I knew that they knew what they were there for.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm playing my guitar and I'm singing acoustic, they would not give a shit because they know, who they're there to listen to, who's a guitarist. And like I had to stop taking shows like early this year after the Shibi Lady event that I had in March with MC Light and what's her name again? She's my friend. What the hell? Sha Universe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because I had to
Nice.
focus on my album, so I just like took like summer shows, just like pay bills and my band and everything. But I stopped taking shows just so I can build myself, and I've come to say that scarcity is what's the scarcity I'm looking for. Basically like see finish. Basically, like
Mm-hmm.
I want to avoid see finish as much as possible. So
Nice.
I stopped taking some shows. I built myself. I built my band. I told we're just four, and I started like finding them like literally infinity stones, and I kept putting them
Nice.
together.
Nice.
Became
Nah,
14. I think 15. One person did not make it. We're 15 piece actually. One
that's
person did not
so
make it.
crazy. Nah, they work
Yeah.
fantastically well together, man. They came all
Thank you.
together nicely,
Thank you.
and they were a big part of recording the album too, right? The recording
No,
process, or how was that?
it was just no. So how do I put it? So how the process of the album? I feel like we actually left the point of the conversation in the first place.
Sorry.
No. The album process was that Sorry, I actually lost my voice already. So my voice is already gone. So, just in case you can't hear me
Yeah,
very well.
no, you're good. You're good. You're doing well.
Okay. So, all the songs started as demos on my laptop. Like,
Okay.
I was like slapping my thigh to make drum sounds. I'm not a producer. I'm a composer. I want to say
Mm-hmm.
because I don't know how to use the production and stuff. So I just use like natural. I'm like hitting like on my
Mm-hmm.
body and like making like sounds, and then I put it all together to make like small demo on my laptop. So I think of who would be the best. So people who were involved in the project in my band right now were my drummer and my bassist.
Okay.
Everybody else who were involved were like my friends out of the band who I've wanted to work with for a while, who were initially like on my mind when I was working on it. Before I brought, like I said, most of the people in the band were not there when like I had to like bring them together and we had to work together to like be able to like have things together basically.
Right.
So my friend saxophonist was a person from the US, name is Shay Sax. My backup singers were in Dubai and Nigeria. My
Wow.
guitarist was in Australia. um my mixing engineers were in Nigeria and in Canada here, but in a different province. It was from all over the world, so to say.
Right.
So
Right.
but yeah, it was just a drummer and the bassist that were and talking drummer, drummer and bassist that were a part of the album.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he was sick last night too, man. His little
You left early. You
session
missed.
too. Yeah, no, I'm sure. I definitely was gonna miss more. That was dope. But that was dope, man. I have my guy Harvey, which I saw last night. Who I saw last night rather. What's
Yes.
good, Harvey?
Hey, please, before I go, please let me know if my background is too bad because I'm in transit. If it's too bad, I'm just gonna
Nah,
shut
you
it
you're
down.
you're good. We can work with it. We can work with it.
All right, all right. Hope everyone's well. How are you, Ṣẹwà? What's good, Ima?
Good. How are
That's
It's
you?
really,
good.
my right. It was really good seeing you guys last night.
Yeah, man.
Um,
Likewise.
First of all, I want to say thank you, Ṣẹwà. Thank you so much for last night. I like to appreciate people that give me a show like that. I said it the last time I was on this space and we spoke about the key man. I spoke about going to their first 7 shows straight back to back. I didn't miss one. It's because like shows like this give me life.
Nice.
They give me a reason to wake up in the morning and keep it pushing. It's about to get loud. Shit.
Nah, it's okay. You're good. You're good. You're
You're
good.
good. You're good.
Okay. They gave me a reason to wake up and keep pushing. Like I don't know, it's rejuvenating. So thank you very much. Most of what I'm gonna say to you is just like praise
Ooh.
deflator to deflate your head because it's gonna swell. Um, I want to also thank you for like working and prepping for the show because like you don't deliver things like that without preparation. Then I
Yeah.
want to thank you for the intricate details like when you came out in an outfit that was, should I say, generic dress for the night, and you performed a bunch of songs from before, singles, covers, and then you went inside and came out for your album, and you dressed in your album cover outfits. You came out. I saw it and I was like, that's beautiful. That's a touch of I don't know, intentionality that I
Detail,
really
yeah.
fuck with, detail that I really fuck with. Like the whole night was special for me, and it was a little shocking for you to ask, like, be shocked. I was shocked that you were shocked that I enjoyed the show. I guess you don't know what niggas be up to. Like niggas be out here listening to R&B and crying
She
out,
doesn't
"Well, nah,
know.
like
That's how
that."
she be judging us on
Like,
Afrobeat. So you say
like, bro,
you say you only listen to Burna Boy.
Who doesn't? I do. Oh.
Yeah,
bro,
I know.
like you're so nice, not me. You wicked, not still me. Like so, like the duality of man is all I'm saying. Like I can don different hats. But like just one question that I might want to leave you with or ask you because it's I want to tie it back to a conversation that was had earlier today. Because you said the same thing about me. I said the same thing about Iman, about the shock that you felt that we listen to your type of music. Would you say now you're not gonna make the whole statistic up for sure? Huh? Oh, before I even say this, I want to say that I put your music up on my story and I posted it and I got a few replies like, "Oh, I stumbled on this song on my shuffle and it's fire," and I'm like, "Yo, go listen to the album." You're not even started.
Yeah,
But
man.
anyways, the question for you now is based off the shock you had from me and Ima consuming your type of music, maybe considering the type of spaces you find us in.
Yeah.
Would you say that influences the average Nigerian artists to want to do to music and Afrobeat like fast paced
Yes.
commercial music?
Mm.
You think that the
Oh
fan
yes.
bases and the audiences are dictating that, and if they start to switch a little bit and accept these other types of music, then we would actually get people more confident to make it?
So I wouldn't say dictate, like in a sense where the artist makes, like, okay, let's say for example, there are like 200 people making my kind of sound. That will be where the like, and we're making like so like hard on your head for you to like listen to, like force feeding you're eating that shit up. That would be what mainstream would be in that time. In that time we've already like dictated the sound to you. Now they will now grab onto that sound. The next person will not come home to make their own music and they want to bring something like say jazz, and then it now looks like, oh, what is the staple sound is afro soul, afro folk, but that's not what it is, because it's not, because we've already like given the listeners, the consumers, the sound that they think that they need. And then now it's like a very fucked up like uno reverse. It's like, okay, now we not have to now um try to make up for that sound. How do I put it in,
Yeah.
like, in a way that makes sense? But
There's a codependency basically.
Yeah.
exactly like that. Yes. And I wouldn't sorry, I got a hear me.
No worries, no worries, no worries.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can, we can.
Yeah, we
Okay,
can hear you now.
Okay, so I wouldn't say like dictate. It's more like that's what it depends on what the artist wants. Like if they're looking for like quick money, fast fame, that would be the way to go. Me like this, so I'm looking for legacy. I'm not looking for quick fame. I'm looking for fast money. Money can always be made in so many ways. I'm looking for something that my great grandchildren will be like, oh, that's my great grandma. Like
Right.
something.
But I just want to say on your point, but at the end of the day, I feel like it's the Nigerian industry. When it comes to like that kind of music, like, if you look at America, right, they have the mainstream and the country artists are still eating in that market, right? And in their own rights, they're making that money also. So it just I feel like it's just I think the
Country is
Afrobeat.
mainstream. Country is actually
Yeah, country
mainstream music.
is mainstream in this case.
But I'm saying, I feel like I feel like Nigerian music is going to get to that point sometime in this life where like your kind of sound will have its own mainstream
Yeah.
markets where people will be making that amount of money. Someone like Johnny Gio, there are a couple of you guys that are actually like doing this kind of music. Eventually, you will get there because like everybody knows the Afrobeat sound. That's what they were selling to the world right now. But I feel like it
Yeah.
will get to a point where like your own kind of sound will have its own audiences and you you guys will be eating your own money at your own right at the end of the day, because there's Made Kuti, that all these guys that still sing that music and get their money. So I don't think they think of quick money. I just think it's like they haven't like created that particular niche audience in the Nigerian music industry, and it was there before, but I don't know what happened. But eventually, because my mom always tells me something, right? What has happened before would definitely happen again, and that's why I like the fact that you're strong. You believe in your own music. You're not catering to like, oh, I want to do what everyone is doing, because your own time is coming where like what has happened before is going to happen again. There's no two ways about it. So I just wanted to just say that.
Yeah, thank
Valid,
you. Thank you
valid.
for saying that. Thank you for saying that. Wow. Yeah, you're right. I feel like we should have our own mainstream. And in Nigeria, it's not there.
Mm-hmm.
In out here, I want to say it is in a sense. I mean, there's no much African artists doing like soul
Mm-hmm.
here. If anything, they like become like full R&B, or they become Drake, so to say.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I want to say that there is a market for it here, because from what I saw yesterday,
Yep.
I had put out the ticket sales and I did not go back to the app for like, I was panicking. I was like, oh my God, people won't come. So I disabled the emails coming in for like ticket sales, and next thing I see about 200 people, I'm like 200 people. For me, like my last show was 60 people. I remember I was like on Father's Day last year, it was 60 people, including my mom.
Right.
And they were all my friends, like all my friends and fans, like close fans, people that I,
Mm-hmm.
see at every show, that come like buy tickets to every show, that are the first to buy ticket when I put out tickets for a show. And I came out of the backstage and I walked to the stage and I literally stopped my track and I was like,
Mad.
whoa.
Mad.
I was like,
That's amazing,
whoa.
man.
And I wondered why the people like, okay, to go to the album, I want to express intention behind the songs, because just
Mm-hmm.
so people are not misconstrued.
Yeah.
Intro was more about feeling like, I have come so close to my dreams many times. I've gone viral a few times.
Mm-hmm.
I have gotten meeting from some important people. Some important people have seen me. They've spoken to me. Something that Chad said was like, you go do meeting tire. and that
Mm-hmm.
and that's so funny, because I was like, I've done this and I don't want to do it again. But
Right.
and I that song came to me and I was taking a shit. Sorry for the TMI. And I was just like, I'm not going to lie, I get the best song when I'm in the washroom. I don't know what it is. To the point where I actually carry my phone and my recorder and I'm just like thinking of ideas, because you actually get time to think at that point. You're just like,
Yeah.
okay, let's distress.
Yeah, for
Let's
sure.
take
A lot
everything
of detox, I'm guessing.
exactly. So I came up now and then I came up with the intro and it was like mid
Nah,
to make it
I
funny.
don't kill me.
Even I'm too childish for this, I beg.
I'm serious. He came and then I finished the intro with my friend Logic That Pro. We did it like under like 2 days.
Right.
A month before the album came out. That was the last track we did actually. And then Brother Care was about an older man who was trying to marry me when I was 19. He was like 41 years
But
old.
that's not on the album, though. You performed it, but it's not on the album, right?
It is Brother Care.
Oh, sorry.
It's on the
I had,
album.
I had, I had,
Because I remember that
I had
video.
Alake. Sorry.
Oh no, I did. No, yeah, no, it was not that album. No, that's the
Yeah.
one I took out.
Sorry, because
That's the one I
the
took
way you
out.
said Brother Kewe. Sorry, I heard Alake.
No, no,
Got you,
so
got you,
no.
got you.
I speak fast. It's not your fault. I talk very fast.
Got you.
And Brother was about an older man who wanted to marry me, and I was like, hell no. I told my mom, she's like, he has money. Okay. I think she was joking. I don't think she remembers this child, but she was obviously joking. But me being a creative, I went to go and write about it. And I
Nice
remember,
save, nice save.
eh?
Nice.
Nice save.
Yeah.
Don't worry, don't mind me.
So my mom
Ignore
knows
me.
Yeah, we don't want people dragging mom. See,
No, she
yeah.
was joking. Don't worry, no.
I'm
And
just kidding.
no, I know, you're good. And I felt like I saw this TikTok where this rapper this guy says the mom tells the kid that we don't have food right now but we can have later, and then he showed the boy looking like gearing up to go and write a verse about how I used to be broke, I'm hungry when I was young, and I felt exactly like that. Like I was about to go write a story about this.
Yep.
And then I did, and it was so easy for me to write because it was very funny. I was like, Agba Anima Insha, like why are you trying to I'm like, it was your daughter, like what's your problem? So that was
Yeah.
Brother Kewe. Then Femi was about, Femi, the person who is like a major muse in my songs. It's been only one person, and that's because it took me about 3 years to get over the situation. And throughout that 3 years, I wrote a lot of songs about it. So that's the songs to keep coming. Does not mean that I still feel the same that I felt when it happened, because it's 3 years. I wrote like, I'm gonna say like 50 songs about this person. So they'll be coming out one by one, one by one. I'll probably stop at some points because I'm just like, okay, I've already like milked, you know, this inspiration, and that's about it. On to the next inspiration point of view. Then why was about my friend who I wrote "Carry Your Love" about, my friend who I hardly saw when she got a boyfriend, and I wrote about it. And the song that Asha called me back on stage to sing with her because she liked it.
Nice.
This is because she was speaking to me, and I felt like I was not in the best place to comfort her, so I had to write a song for her. I'm like, why do you cry? Stuff like that. That's why. Then Asiko, that's like 3 stories together. My mom was asking me, telling me that friends. Mom says she doesn't pressure me for anything actually, because I mean I'm too young first of all. Two, she was just telling me about her friend who was inviting us to a wedding, and she was asking my mom if I had a plus one, and she was asking, I was like, no, I don't. But I felt like there was a slight in her question, and I just like took it personal, and I went to write about it. And then I also had this: if I don't love myself, how do I love somebody else?
Yeah.
I just like add everything together and just like made a
Yeah.
whole song about it.
That's
Like
one of
I
my
can be.
favorites, man. That's not one of
I'm
my
glad.
favorites.
I almost took that song off the SPs because I felt it was too vulnerable and it was too like real. Like
Oh yeah.
I'm like, do I even love myself? That's like way
No,
too.
it's borderline dark, but like real as hell. Like it's very real. Like that's the thing about. I'm sure we're gonna get to other songs that even get darker, but please let's go.
Yeah, I was. You see, I think you missed Lost. I was bawling. People were crying in front of me. Like my
Yeah.
eyes, like my makeup was off my face. I will explain to you where I
Yeah.
was when I really lost. Why took I wrote it with my friend Dottie.
Mhm.
Um, that was a very toxic point of view. Was like, if I can have you, nobody can have you. Like,
Mhm.
I might have to unalive you, but than to be to add you. That's like the first two lines of the song, and that's because that's because you two know me. So like,
Mhm.
if I can't have you, nobody else can. And I wrote that with Dottie, and it was very fun to write.
Man.
He had a very toxic point of view, and we did it. Leshe is still about Femi, and it was more because after I moved away from Nigeria, because I left Nigeria because of the situation, and I moved here, and I kept thinking back, and I was like, I'm sitting on my own thinking about it from the other side, which is here in Canada, and I was just like, I felt like it should be a song,
Yeah.
and I wrote it like in an hour, I think. Then Lost. Now Lost was when I was suicidal. Lost was when I tried to kill myself and it didn't work. And then I remember saying to myself, "You couldn't even do this one right. You couldn't even kill yourself right." Because I was worried. I was sad about where I was at in my career, in my life, and I was just like, you know, um, like, what do you have to do? Like, what do I have to do? It was just a very low self-esteem moment, like.
Right.
And then I came back to my senses, and I was like, how would my family deal with my loss? Like, my dad just died a few years ago. Like, why would I do this to them? And I came to the conclusion that people who commit suicide can be very selfish, because the people in your life who would, lose their mind from your absence, like, why would you want to subject them to that? And that was where I really lost from. When I said, is Oto Jameta Timothy Rio, the part you mentioned, that was me talking to myself,
Gotcha.
like in the mirror. Like, I haven't seen myself in a very long time.
Mhm.
Like, I don't know who this person is anymore, which is where another like was a sub song from Who Have I Become.
Right.
Basically.
It's
Yeah, so
connected.
that was lost.
Wow.
Exactly. Mr. Cinnamon was about a different guy who like love bombed me love bombed me like mad, and it was so funny. And I wrote about it, but it was like it didn't go like, it was not a thing at all. It was just like, why the hell are you love bombing me? And it was just funny to write about.
Yeah.
And I used to call him Cinnamon because he liked cinnamon
Relax.
donuts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's good backstory to know.
Yeah, it was just funny. I had the show yesterday, funny enough, and it was
Yeah.
very funny. And Lagos Loving is like
Classic.
my best.
Classic in my view. I'm sorry. That's a classic.
On your rap, then we'll fight.
That's a classic. That's a
Not on your
classic.
rap.
That no, it's definitely it's going to be there. Nah, I'm obsessed with that record. Yeah, my
No,
wife
the
even
moment
loves.
I wrote that.
My wife
Huh?
is a big fan of that record too, as well. Like, yeah,
Same actually,
I
actually.
spin it a lot. Like that's to me, in my books, already a classic, man. Powerful record. But please tell us about it.
Thank you. The moment I wrote so the producer Seven had sent me a bit at first. It was like a 5 minute long bit and I was like, this is not gonna work. So I went to go and cut it and joined everything that I thought, would make sense as a song. I wasn't worried about length or no length. It's just it felt too long in some places. Like, why is it like 16 bars for like chorus?
Yeah.
Sorry, verse. I'm not
Mhm.
rapping. I'm singing. Like,
Yeah.
relax.
Yeah.
But I wasn't actually with 32 bars. What am I saying? 32 bars. But he's a rapper too, so I think he was like producing as a rapper. So I had to cut and rearrange the song, and then I just sat down one day. I wrote the first two lines the moment I heard the beat, and then I finished it another like 5 months later. And I was like, okay, I'm ready to drop the song now. I wasn't ready before. I wasn't sure it to release anything anymore. That was the moment I felt lost, which is when Lost came. So I was going to release Mr.
Mm,
Cinnamon Lost, Lagos Loving as an EP before, and I was like, it can actually be an album. So yeah,
right.
Lagos Loving. That's how Lagos Loving came about. Same muse.
Nice.
Um, about the time when he was calling me when I didn't want to talk to him anymore. So yeah,
Wow. Same
that was like
family.
he said me. Yeah, same family, same family. Like I
Gotcha.
said, it's a major muse. It's
No,
not
no,
it's not
no. It's an anchor to something else. It's like, yeah, it makes sense.
yes, it is in spite of him, not because of him. I feel like people like it's
Gotcha.
not the power to him in any sense. This is the power to me for people to write about this.
Nice. No,
Like
nah, I
stop
hear
big
that.
up him.
I hear.
It stresses me
I
out.
won't big him up. Nah, nah, nah. Never. Never big Femi up. But we'd appreciate him for being him. Because I don't know if we get. I don't know. I'm kidding, but yeah, it's all real. It's all real, and we appreciate it
Thank you.
regardless.
No, of
And
course.
and then we get to Dead Inside.
I have one question, Shewa.
Yes.
Yeah.
What is like vocal prep for you, like vocal training and all of that for you? Like, do you do every day, every week? Like, this is me trying to learn
Fair
from you,
question.
basically.
Yeah. Um, I don't do any vocal training until I have a show, which is a bad habit. I'm trying to, win off it. Like for example, for this concert, for the past 2 weeks, I didn't drink cold water. Today, I ate so much ice cream. Oh my god, I had ice cream like mad. Ice cream I drank. I actually chewed ice. Like I did everything I could not do for the
Wow.
show. I ate oily food. I was just eating everything. People I said I was like, don't talk to me, don't touch me. Like I was basically a hermit for 2 weeks because nothing was going to affect my voice last night. Like I didn't let anything affect my and it was just a flu season by the way. People are like
Yeah.
sneezing left and right. Like
Yeah.
I went to go and get flu shot and I hit injections. Like
That's why you stepped back when I told you I had a viral
bro, I
infection.
was like, stay the fuck away from me.
Wait,
I
what?
actually
I
pushed
dapped
him
you up,
back.
my nigga. What the fuck?
I saw him. I saw him
No, like,
at what's his thing? Show them camp.
I'm
so
kidding.
like,
I'm kidding. I'm
it's
kidding. I'm
flu
kidding.
season. It's flu season, right?
Nah,
Like,
no
No,
people
but
man.
this
go.
this
Don't worry. My
flu.
vitamin C game is up. Don't worry.
Yeah.
But
But like
Michelle,
apart
sorry.
from that, what else I do is I there's this lady on YouTube. Her name is Cheryl Porter. Whenever I'm driving back and forth, I just keep doing all of her exercises. It's always very fun to do. She's like
What do you
super
say her
like she
name
was
is
like
again?
Cheryl Porter. She was like a tutu and boxing gloves. So cute. And she's like dancing and singing as she's doing it. But I mean I can't see that 'cause I'm driving. But she helped my vocals so much.
Nice.
But that's when I have a show. Apart from that, I don't really do much. I honestly I'm very like risky with my vocals. I eat whatever I drink ice. I chew ice. Like that should be saying something.
Gotcha.
It's a snack to me, so I don't really do much with
Don't
it.
fucking kill me. Anyways, I think I'm done asking you questions for the night. I'm just
Thank you.
gonna say next time I will not sing in a high pitch in the background.
I was like, who's that? Like, because I passed my own voice. Who's that?
That was
Also, I just want to say something about some. I just want to say tell us something, right? I just want to give you a flower also because
you have told me some certain. I know you're not probably going to share those stories on this space, right?
Right.
But me and you have had like different stories about how you got here and how you are here right now based on your stories, Lagos. You told me some stories, right? So I just want to give a big shout out to you, because a lot of people might just think that it's just the music she's singing or the what she's giving us, right? But there are a lot of stories and a lot of things that Shewa has shared with me, and if she shares with you guys will be like, wow. How
Yeah.
did this babe go from here and to where she is right now? So I just want to give you a shout out, like, for your dedication. Because I know that some stories you've told me, if a lot of people have gone through those stories, I don't think they'll be here right now. Maybe one day you get to share those stories when you're very comfortable with sharing those stories. I just want to give you a flowers for that, because your hustle, because I've been here. I think I met you like 2-3 years ago. And the way you move, you're so humble. You want to go into the rooms, you want to meet people, you go out to network. I'm like, yo, this babe is so hardworking, because that's what I love to do. And there's some certain rooms that I be in. I'm like, how is Shewa here? Like, what the fuck is this babe doing here? But like, a lot of artists don't tend to, do that. Do that. And I'm not saying all artists have to do that, but like, you actually took your time to, be in spaces, meet
Yep.
people, interact with people,
Shower is
talk to people.
everywhere.
Yeah.
You need to
Yeah, I'm just
be.
like, bro, like, I'll tell a lot of artists, like, a lot of people just think that, oh, it's just the music and the talent that gets you where you are. But someone like you, bro, I'm telling you, even my talent show, I didn't know you signed up, you performed, you came there. There's one Africana festival that you performed. You didn't even ask too many questions. You just went with it because you already
Yep.
knew that your sound is going to go somewhere. So big shout out to you. One day, maybe you just, because a lot of people don't tend to share those kind of stories when it comes to their success, right? But I'll just
Yeah.
one day, I'll just tell you that one day you should just, tell your stories to motivate people, so you don't just think that it's just about the music and the arts. There's so much of detail that go into that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I plan to, once I sign a book deal, please. This is
Nice.
this
For
is going to, this is a
sure.
business venture.
For
this
sure.
is this is a business venture. But the last three tracks, anyways, were
Yeah.
Dead
Dead
Inside. Dead
inside.
Inside was about how I felt. I had a friend that offended me. I can't remember what he even did. I can't remember. He just pissed me off, Sha. And I'm wait, yes. And then I just, how do I put it? My emotions are a very like compound thing. Like one thing could trigger like 10 other things.
Mm-hmm.
And the character the person has shown was the thing that triggered something else in me. So sometimes when I think about heartbreak, it's not about a boy per se. Like I've had some losses in my life that I can only simplify as heartbreak. I can only
Right.
make it easy for the layman as a heartbreak song, or for myself, honestly. And the person that offended me, I don't remember what it was. See how, look at how, like, it doesn't have any meaning to me.
Right.
But what I remembered was how I felt, and I had to write about it. And this is one of my best performed songs that I feel like I've had so many reviews from. People have actually begged me. Somebody made friends with me for this song for when I
Mm.
dropped it, and he was like, "Okay, you drop it now. We're no longer friends. I've gotten what I came here from. Like, are you okay? Like, what the hell is this?" And
Yeah.
I actually got threats to release the song, and I say actual threat. Like people were, my laptop was not safe.
Yeah.
They telling to steal it multiple times, and I'm glad it's out because I love that song so much.
Yeah.
It doesn't represent how I feel right in this moment because I've had such a high this month. So, but there are times where I've seen myself not cry. Like I want to cry, but like nothing is coming out, and I'm just like, what's happening? Like, am I getting like numb to all this? That's also like a perspective I had. What have I become? Like I said, was a sub from Lost.
Mm.
Asking myself, remembering when I was younger and I was so full of life.
Mm-hmm.
I was on a billboard as a child, like because of how much I was smiling. Like,
Oh.
was it Milo? Milo carried my picture and put on it. I grew up in Kaduna.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, it put like if like a smiley with my missing teeth, tooth and like thumbs up in front, and they put like in a huge billboard. Like people, my family was very popular because of that, and
Oh.
I was just like when I was younger I was so much happier, like what happened, like who am I now? And that's where that song came on from. I also produced that,
Right.
and then the bonus track, which is Baba, and I felt like it just had to be there
Mm-hmm.
because it's a goodbye song, but it's a goodbye song with
Yeah.
acceptance of the fact that it's happened. And I feel like if you've lost a parent, it's something that you can relate to. Like, when can I see you in my
Yep.
dreams?
Yep.
Like, do I have to die before I see you again?
Yep.
Because I remember, like,
That was the
I'm
line. That was the line that did it for me to really like. Yeah. Do I have to die to see
this
you
is what it's
again?
about. And I
Yeah.
just kept thinking that there's like the more time went by, like my sister was like, I don't remember what dad sounds like anymore. And I was just like, hold up, I don't think I do either. And I remember his voices when like shout my name, like when I'm like Sharon. Okay, I remember that one very well. But like, oh, by the way, that's my English name, by the way.
Yeah.
And I realized that I don't remember much about my dad anymore, even though he passed like 6-7 years ago. And I just made that song to like, keep his memory alive at least, because like it's a whole new life, and everybody's like life moves on with or without you, honestly, and it's so sad. And I feel like if you've lost a parent, you know exactly what I'm talking about forgetting certain things about them, and instead you feel bad about it that you're forgetting it because it feels like you don't love them anymore. It's just a lot. But that's where Baba came from as a bonus track, because in my experience of albums, bonus tracks have always been the ones that I've resonated with the most. Well, for like Asha's albums, all the bonus tracks, beautiful. Iba, Bamidele. My first song on the guitar was Bamidele. That's the first song I learned on the guitar was Bamidele.
Wow.
But yes, that's just the album. It's not about. It's like four about a guy, but the rest was about like me and what I think about myself. But actually, more like a cry for help for my self-esteem rather than anybody.
Yeah, for sure. No, like it all came together as a big statement, because especially how you even said on the intro, this is the moment for you to really come out of your shell and establish yourself as a full-fledged like artist, because having an album with 13 tracks, like it's not an easy thing to put together, and I'm sure this obviously took a lot of life experience to get to. So yeah, and I appreciate you for sharing the gift, sharing the really, really hard to tell parts about the art form, because it's like there's a lot of things that obviously happen for you to be able to reflect and pour your emotions like this. So really, really big ups to you for growing to the point where you're comfortable with even sharing those parts of your journey and putting it all in your music. So we're big fans here. We've always been big fans, and we're super proud of where this where your career is heading towards. We're gonna be here rooting for everything, Ṣẹwà. So we're looking forward to celebrating you more, man. So yeah, appreciate you for giving us an hour of your time, even though yes, we could have been here chatting shit about other music easily. But yeah, it was nice to dive into this album, because it's worth exploring. It's worth getting into the details and the background of as well. So appreciate you again, man.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Nice. No, this was good. This was really good.
Can I say something?
Yeah, Dante. Yeah.
But I am a sucker for when artists express free will on music, and having also when they say illegal shit like unalive. But having a record like Lost, it feels was almost made to hurt the audience, which is almost Ethel King-esque. But thank you for that.
Thank you for saying that. Thank you.
For sure. Nice, man. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we would definitely call it naturally, but I don't know if we want to still cover some other new music that dropped this weekend, other than what we've covered.
I have a question for you, Ima.
Yes, sir.
I have a question for you. Like, so, it ties up to that Marvel stuff, right? Because I feel like that Marvel song that he released with J Tunes and Wizkid, right? I feel like there's an element of Shay vibes, right? And the reason I'm bringing that conversation because the whole Bankole thing that happened with the whole Shay vibes.
Oh yeah.
What do you think about what do you think from your own opinion? Him calling out Shay vibes like that.
Oh my gosh! To be honest, I wanted to avoid that because I don't know too much about the details other than the video that we all saw. Shay vibes.
But even the post that he made that Shay vibes is stream farming 2 million.
I saw that, and I loved your post about it. I think you were very much spot on. He was leaving a lot of factors around that made it to in order to like send a misrepresentation of the facts. It just felt like it wasn't putting too much context. And I wish I definitely appreciated your post about factoring the promoter he worked with, factoring the city, factoring the price, so many other things around selling the show that would come into hand. And And frankly, you were very honest. I can't remember. Was it Instagram or was it on Twitter where you posted this? But
I had to remove it from Instagram because they started calling my family members. To be honest,
are
like
you
it got to
serious?
that. I promise you, bro. Like someone called me and it was a whole. But it's still on Twitter, but just like because I don't like the whole because I don't like the sometimes right. I'm not. I listen to
Yeah,
Shea
that's messed
Vibes,
up.
right?
That's
I,
messed
I
up.
listen to Shea Vibes a lot. Even the Marvel song, like I can see some influences from Shea Vibes,
Yeah,
but people don't tend to respect his art, and I do
yeah,
not know
yeah.
why they do that when it comes to him because he's not a bad artist. Like I'm telling you, that's a song with Tunes and Wizkid. If you listen to Giza by Burna Boy, it's the same kind of
Yeah,
sound
yeah.
that Marvel is giving, and then they're all here hyping the Marvel guy. I'm just like this guy is literally using some of the Shea Vibe street
No,
templates to go viral.
I think they're cut of the same cloth when it comes to that strain of artists that doesn't necessarily appeal to the conventional
Afrobeat.
Afrobeat sound, or they just don't meet that expectation, that normal expectation of a sound. And it's been part of their superpowers in a lot of ways, like Shay Vibes, Charlie Poppy, Mavo. In a lot of cases too, Asake kind of felt it in some way as well, as long as well as Odumodu Black. So it's like it's one of those things that over time they will cultivate their audience. Their audience is there. It's clear. It's vivid. And even though we've gone through this conversation already, so I don't really want to get too detailed on it. But yeah, I think it's just be a matter of time to see how far it can sustain, or how much it can evolve with time when it comes to the sound. So I think that would be the biggest thing. It's just that yeah, he'll find his tribe. There will be a lot of polarity around his music, and the people that want him would
Can
gravitate
I
towards
just say
him.
so? Can I say something about that?
Yeah, yeah.
Just to, like big him up a bit. Like I've been listening to Marvel for like the past 2 years. I'm also a musician, right? So like I listen to a lot of people in this space. I feel like just cause of we've seen like the way he has built his audience.
Yeah.
Like even if like there's no much light on him anymore, hopefully that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
He still has his audience that he has cultivated over the past 2 years
Mm-hmm.
that will still be behind him. The amount of people that are crazy for this guy, you would think is a joke.
Yeah,
No,
man.
Like
but bro, I have something. I have just like because I was having a conversation. This might be.
Sorry,
It might
sorry.
not make
So
sense.
sorry,
It might not
Fuzi.
make sense. It might not
Yeah,
make sense, but it make a couple of sense, right?
yeah.
Like the thing with Marvel, right? When it comes to upcoming artists, right? When you start featuring the big names, it might take away some certain kind of in the long run. Like I was talking to someone about this might not make sense. Like just my own opinion. I was talking about the whole Loj case, right? In my own head, right? I don't think Loj and Davido. I think Davido kind of took something out from the Loj's getting to the next level. I think Shadi Poppy had that with Burna Boy. So when it comes to young artists, right? If you're just going for the big names at first, people might just think that this guy is not that
Okay.
talented, that he's just using the big names to like to get the numbers. And then eventually what happens after that hype? That's what people are probably worried about. Because you can have all the cosigns and everything,
Okay.
then the next level now, when it's time to be independent without these people, what happens next? Are you going to get the numbers? They now start comparing the numbers. That's why someone like Omale can still stand strong because when he came out, it was his own tape.
Yeah.
Fireboy, the same thing. Rema had
Yeah.
a similar kind of. Unless even I was telling someone yesterday that if you look at Rema, for example, he doesn't have any song with the big three. Just imagine Rema did that in the beginning of his career. He wouldn't have been, to my own opinion, I don't think he would have been where he is today. That's my own opinion when it comes to
All
the
right.
whole Marvel situation.
Okay. Real quick, we'll
Sorry,
just
I
go.
have a segue from this.
Yes.
By
Yeah.
the way.
Yeah. Can we?
You said
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
yes. So I think when he said Davido, maybe he was talking about sensational because I can't remember another Davido song with Roger. But secondly, Marvel and Roger, from what they've communicated to us, are independent artists, and everybody else that you listed aren't. And I can think of a Benson that took a lot of features earlier, and that helped them maybe monetary or in other way like for exposure because again they said they are independent. Do you grab? So it made sense in my own head. But speaking of Roger, there's new music from Radapo wrote on Roger's project. It's called Expensive and it is insane. Everybody should check it out.
All right. All right. Oh,
Loj life in Toronto on Wednesday. We're in Toronto. Loj is in
yep,
Toronto this Wednesday.
Loj in Toronto this Wednesday. Nice.
Okay.
Real quick, sorry, can we put a pin on the Marvel conversation? There's so much more new music we haven't covered, so we want to just quickly run through them. Can we? All right.
Can I talk
New
about one track
music?
that dropped? Yeah, new
Yeah,
music.
go ahead.
I forgot the day, but Italawa by SGC.
Wait, did
Bang
that
that
drop?
track.
Did that drop? That dropped when?
Tonight. That dropped
Yeah,
like
I
this
dropped
morning, I
today.
think.
Today, yeah.
I It was so funny because as I was listening to the song, I was like, I've heard this song. Why have I heard this song before? Oh my
Cause,
gosh.
cause you're
Italawa,
Belema.
beautiful song. No, it wasn't even because I was Belema, but I realized that what happened was they performed it earlier this year.
Yeah,
At one of their palm wine sessions. But I'm
yeah.
very excited
Which
to
you are
hear the
always in
album.
attendance is my point.
Yeah. I'm very excited to hear the album,
Yeah.
especially because it's themed like Nollywood. That's the
African Magic.
Yeah,
theme.
African
Yeah,
Magic, man. That's what it's called. Yeah.
that's the theme of the
I
album.
feel
So
like I
I'm
feel
very
like the album
excited.
has to be the best one this year. Like I'm putting like so much like what's the word? I really hope it's good. Cause this year has been so like before you can get like a proper album that you like, you have to like search through everything. And also there's so much albums dropping that you can't listen to everything.
There's been good
Like
albums, guys. That's the thing about
there's
is
been good
there's
albums, don't
been
get
good
me
albums.
wrong.
It's just a lot of people
But
that have
like it's
been
just so much. Like
overwhelmed.
it's so overwhelming, man. But yeah, I can't wait for the album, man.
Yeah, man.
Even
No,
Ruga's album, man. I'm so sad that Ruga's album did not get the recognition that it deserves. But there's some bangers
Facts.
on that album, to be
there's-
honest. I do not know what happened
Facts.
when it comes to Ruga's album, but like it's just sad. Like all those Moi Toto or something, the one that he did there in Colors
yeah,
too. Like
yeah.
that guy has so much, even the Caribbean stuff. It's like
Toro. Yeah.
how, bro. But
All
you guys
right.
transition to new music.
All right. No, for sure. Anyone tap into the Dave album, but specifically the Thames feature? Any thoughts? Any feelings on that record?
Yeah, I
Very
did.
cute
I
album.
did,
You
and
people
I
should stop
came.
going to club in Victoria Island. Please don't go into club when you know there are
That's
beggars
Yeah,
funny.
outside.
yeah. That.
Also, if somebody has Kenu's address, please send him a goosey.
Guy, that
Please
address, oh my god, that Egusi line was just so
send
funny,
him a
bro.
goosey. As far as the Thames song, beautiful, 10/10, zero notes. Also, Thames is the greatest singer. Duh.
I came out of that album and I started clapping. Like I had no control of my hands because
God,
I was like, this nigga made ART,
God,
and that was crazy. But the Times record was really dope. It was
nice.
really dope. I don't know, the guy validated a lot of things I've been thinking about on this project. A lot of people have been validating what I've been thinking about recently, but he
Nice.
did, and I was just like, it made me smile. So I was like, yeah.
Nice. That's beautiful.
You know about the Gunna and Shadi Poppy? Do you like that song?
The Gunna Shally Poppy,
Sorry,
I have not
I
tapped in
couldn't
yet.
listen. Sorry.
I love that song. I love
I
that song
don't
so
like it.
much.
Oh,
I
Yinka doesn't
love that
like
song
it.
so much. I don't care what you say. What a beautiful show out.
I've not heard it yet. Big Wiz
I feel
dropped.
like
Sorry, go ahead, Yinka. Sorry.
sorry, I feel like maybe just cause I listened to it once. Maybe if like I listen to it more times, maybe to enter. But first listen, it not enter at all.
Okay. All right. So we had DJ Maporisa, DJ Tunes, and Wizkid with the 3-track EP, South Giddy.
In
Did
the
it?
words of somebody on this app, they said when Wizkid don't want to drop album and he don't want to drop
We
project or
call
anything
DJ
or do
Tunes
music,
or
he
Starboy.
called DJ Tunes to feature somebody.
That's his
So I
outlet,
do
man.
love the
Yeah,
Shout out to
I'm
DJ.
vexed at this kid, child.
Shout out to
I'm
DJ.
vexed at that.
Yeah, you're vexed at
I'm
Wizkid. Why are you vexed
Yeah,
at
bro.
Wizkid?
But I won't lie to you. Like the singles that he has been releasing, right? I won't say they are bad, but like the more like I keep on going back to that Mariah, the way he's promoting all these singles, right? I just prayed he just gave Mariah that attention because there's so many James in that
Yeah.
project. Looks like, bro, like why now? Like
Bro, you're
why?
like
Like
me. You're
what?
like me, man. You're like
I'm
me.
like, why, bro? Like, why now, bro? Like, yeah, you're using Udumo do all this guy, but bro, you had the project. I don't know, maybe he had the record deal with somebody and he doesn't want to promote the song like the way he did with
I,
Banky W. I'm just like, bro, like, nah, bro. Like,
yeah,
I still feel bad, bro. I feel sometimes that's why I don't listen to his music as much as
yeah,
before because he did not promote that album. To be honest, man,
yeah,
like, I
yeah.
was just like.
I think that's still the big unanswered question. That's the biggest question that we have to ask. Like, what's up with the album and why did we move on? But speaking of Big Wiz, I don't know if I've
I
said
was gonna
enough
say
about
something about
South
the three
Giddy.
pack.
Yeah, let's talk about the 3-pack.
Yeah,
Yes.
the Saget. It, it was like fire to me, right? Like I don't know, it feels like Lagos event records, like the whole experience of listening to like the 6 minute tracks and 8 minute tracks track.
Mhm.
Um, it felt like I was at even in the day, even in the day is an event at
Mhm.
Afrobeats Big
Mhm.
Lagos
Mhm.
that is organized by Cult, and it's very interesting when people reference that they play Amapiano everywhere because
Yeah.
even the day was created as an Amapiano event.
Yes.
So listening to that was just like, yeah, this is,
Yeah.
you know, that, yeah. So it
Yeah.
was just calm, like it was fire.
Yeah. Hence the title South Giddy. 3 tracks, 20 minutes or close to 21 minutes of records. I think the Fiesta record is phenomenal. It was the one 3-step attempt on
The
the
last track,
the last track. Yeah, the last
yeah,
track was 3-step. And shout out to DJ Maporisa. He stole the show for me when it came to this record. It's like, I mean, it goes without saying that I'm a piano or 3-step or anything from the essay is very much producer driven as opposed to how we approach it. And I like that they maintain that essence of keeping it mostly on the production. You know what I mean? Like Wizkid came in like in certain pockets, found genius pockets as Wizkid usually does, especially with how he stole money constant from Mavo in my book. My goodness, it's this song is like night and day for me. As soon as Wizkid gets in, but essentially what you even see with Wizkid next to other soulful artists like Dali Wonga, on
is that how
the
you pronounce his name?
I'm
Because I was
guessing
gonna
that's
say
how it
he
goes.
actually smoked that song.
Yeah, he did, but like Wizkid was able to fit nicely as a I can almost borderline ad libby ish, but like again, it was just a Wizkid felt like an instrument on the production. You know what I mean? It just felt like a piece of the broader picture as opposed to being the main focus, which is always a nice way to put out or at least to stretch out your reach that he has been having this year. And of course, like it's fair to also say he's gearing for the December rush too. So you never know if some of these records would fit nicely into that circuit of Bedu records towards the end of the year. So anyway, man, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. I think it was still a nice drop from him. All right. Speaking of Wiz, did you everyone talk? Did everyone see the clip of his firstborn, Bolu, dropping a snippet? We don't have a record yet, but
Yeah, I listened to I just when I saw I think I tweeted it just recently. I was just like, Sam Rahim should be on the radar, man. Like Sam Rahim, now this is your competition now. Whiskey song is
as per
coming.
as
Like,
per
That's crazy.
as per Nepo
That's
babies, is
crazy.
that what is that the
huh?
is that the angle as per Nepo babies?
Yeah, you never know, bro. That is competition now because we're all complaining about those guys that came out and were rapping with that were trying to diss him. Now I feel like this guy will give him a run for his money because it seems like
Nah,
it's
The Bolo
serious
kid
with him.
is not bad, man. Like
Yeah,
he seems like he has something, which is very surprising at how much J Hus is the bigger
Inspired, yeah.
from
I
what
feel
we're
like
hearing. Like how did those? I mean, J Hus is
but,
known
but,
in Lagos, of course, but I don't know. Is there?
but Whiskey, I feel like Whiskey is a UK guy. Whiskey always like
Yeah,
the
Wizkid has
UK
always been
scene,
based in the UK. But did Bolu
UK.
not grow
So
up in Lagos, from what I
yeah,
remember?
but Popsy probably used to play those kind of music for
Yeah,
him and
it's
he probably's
playlist
around
is
and stuff like
yeah,
that.
it's
So probably
playlist. Like
just
you don't know what people listen to at the end of the day.
Yeah, we don't
So
know
it could be what we're
exactly.
listening to.
Like, who
Yeah,
is to know
so
that Pato Ranking from Ebonyi would have come out as a dancer artist? You never like. How did that happen? Like it. You never know. Like Johnny Drill was making like country or or what was it like for a while back that you don't necessarily hear from a cultural standpoint? So I guess it goes to how fascinating music is and how less of a like yeah, man. All the barriers, all the gatekeeping is down. We're in the digital age. It's very accessible to be inspired by J Hus from probably like I don't know where Lekki or VI where Bolu is based or something. I don't know.
It could be seriously good though. I can't even lie.
No, I think he
Like
has
if
something,
that's
man.
just
Yeah,
like
go
if
ahead.
that's just like his normal, what's the word? Like if that's just him, like just
Yeah,
going into the studio and recording normally, like
yeah,
if they actually like sit down and polish it,
yeah. No, he has something there, and it's so crazy to me that the one guy that has so many sons in this industry, his son is now his actual son is now taking a different. It's taking a
route,
different
fam.
pop C. It's taking a different pop C from somewhere else, which is so interesting but funny. But anyway, man. Now I'm interested to see what a song from him would sound like with this snippet.
You listen to the new Tyler song?
Yes, Chanel. That's a banger.
What? No, 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 I don't like that song, but
That's
I
a
can't lie. I
banger.
don't like
I
that song.
love that song.
I
That's
don't
a
like that
What's
song.
her
banger.
name?
No,
Young
no.
Miami, Abi.
Yeah,
She
Young Miami
brought
was
it.
fighting. You should stole my song. I beg. Those songs are not even similar. Like it's just a few lines about Chanel. I
She
beg. Come
just
on.
the yap, Joe.
She's
She's
just making
yapping, man.
noise. Nah, but that Tyler record, man, he ain't talk straight.
I'm gonna confess
Put me in
that this is
Chanel.
the first Tyler song that has hooked me. Like,
Wow.
yeah,
So you're not doing make you swear. That one no enter for you.
that is a crazy question. Um, no,
Bye
it's
bye.
like it was calm, but like this record is so good.
Yeah,
Like,
this
it's
song is
insane.
so good.
It's so also I don't know. People don't make. I've no idea it's Chanel record that is bad. This and the Frank Ocean one, obviously, that's what happened. But yeah, it is
Of
so
course,
good.
of course, of
Yeah,
course. Nice, nice, nice. What else? What else? What else? I haven't tapped into Oshama's EP yet, but did anyone tap in?
I had some songs. I had some songs. There's a song or I think it's called Magba or some the second track produced by Spectrum. It is so and it has like the Mara like
Mm-hmm.
bounce and
Mm-hmm.
like it has this house bro. It's so good.
I need to
And
tap in, man, because I remember
you
seeing his
should.
verse on many people that he dropped. That was a crazy verse.
Yeah, Adekunle
He's
Gold
just
is
a he's
Yeah,
just a really, really, really good artist, man. Like
yeah,
you
that
can
was a
he is
just
so.
crazy
tell.
verse. That was a crazy,
Like
And
crazy verse.
I think he's doing a show in the location or something.
Nah.
But
The guy,
yeah,
the
he
guy,
has
the
the
guy
an
has
record is
something.
exclusive.
yeah, it does, bro, and it's so creative also. Like all the things that he tries to pull off to quote unquote like promote and market his stuff is really
Mm-hmm.
really interesting, and
Yeah,
he keeps it all like Yoruba and African, right?
yeah.
Despite like his current geography. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
fire. Even that Gobe record is good,
Yep,
you
that
know.
Gobe record
Yeah.
is that was insane. Nah, I like Oshama, man.
I need him to get up out of that. I don't even know if it's 2025, so I don't know if it's a negative thing that people perceiving him as just he's a TikTok artist kind of thing. Like he's a
No,
Yeah.
proper
Dante, I
proper
was even
artist.
about to like speak on it. Somebody tweeted something the other day that unless he leaves Nigeria, he won't do well, which I don't necessarily agree with.
But he's not in Nigeria,
It's not even
so
Like,
Nigeria.
so unless he leaves the
The
UK, my
UK,
bad,
got
my
you.
bad.
Right.
That's what
yeah,
I was
I've
saying.
That's
heard stuff
ridiculous.
like that.
No,
People have,
Very
but like the
ridiculous,
that's
very
counter
ridiculous
argument
ridiculous.
is
today. To
also
say that today is crazy.
yeah.
But
Like it's
Now
obviously,
we'll see.
crazy.
yeah. But obviously, I think he can definitely still build a lot more connections. Of course, like no harm, no foul. But
A lot of people that engages TikTok that even goes viral are still Nigerians.
yeah, still Nigerians in
So
Nigeria. Yeah.
and it's the same because it's not the only one. There's AY Lemmy too, who
Mhm.
is also there and still connecting back home.
Yeah.
So it's going like they do care about their origins and they make music to that way. But I feel like we should be able to live. I
Yeah.
get it though. I get why the situation is that way. But I feel like we should be able to live like somewhere. But like you're
Mhm.
from here, and it's not like they didn't grow up here. They grew up here before they left.
Yeah, no, but as long as your influence is it's still there. It's still vivid. Your Nigerianness is still there. But I think it's gonna come down to like, there's still like boots on the ground type of marketing and connection, that
Yeah,
groundwork that still
obviously.
needs to be done. Of course, like you can erase that. Like showing up at December, is maybe jumping on some stages, just getting more familiar. Of course, those are things that would be more net beneficial to him than negative. So, but regardless, I don't think it's a case of like he has to hold on. He has to pack his bags and move back to make it
It's crazy, man.
that's too much. That's overkill, man. Anyway, man, looking forward to more new music. We already mentioned SDC album that we're expecting soon. Asake and Skepta announced a collab, so that will be interesting. Anyway, man, on that note, we can wrap it up tonight.
There was another Budge record, sorry, that
Sorry.
was also
Oh,
with Joey
Budge,
B and
Budge,
Lil Dicky.
Budge.
Oh yeah, it was Budge, Joy B, and Shodem Camp.
They dropped
Yeah,
two songs.
So they
Best.
didn't. So
yeah,
they did
and they've announced
normally.
another
Normally is
album.
for
See, I got
the
confused.
SDC.
But I remember
Yeah.
when I
So
was saying
normally.
that, like the other time we are
Yeah,
talking
yeah,
about
yeah.
SDC.
So
Yeah.
normally it's for the SDC
And
album,
Shana
and then Shana is for the Budge album.
Gotcha.
But
also.
also Ajebota did his is it Lost in Lagos or whatever you
Lost in
call it.
Lagos EP,
But
yeah.
but no, I can see. I was about to say No Love in Lagos, and I know that's not the name.
Yeah,
It's
it's
something I
Lost
didn't know
in
if it was Love
Lagos.
in Lagos or
It's
Lost in
Lost in
Lagos or
Lagos.
something. But the reason why I bring it up is that he has a song on there with
With your
what's one
girl.
girl's name? What's her name?
Ah,
Brazy.
Benema, that's your girl. You don't know her name?
Brazy. I see. If I
That
don't
song is
remember her
that song is a
name.
banger show.
It's
Banger song.
such a fire song.
I saw the
was
clip.
about
I saw the clip.
yeah, it's a really cute song. But yeah,
Nice.
Also,
love it.
Budge and Anae Kado dropped.
Yeah, I
And
saw
Yes,
that. I saw that.
yes,
that
yes.
song was good, but for some reason I was thinking of I thought it would do like something crazy. I don't know. I just felt like it could be way better. And it just played it safe. That's just what me.
Fair. I haven't tapped into it yet. I'll probably catch it up on Budge's album. But anyway, yeah, interesting to see Anais Kado because she's based out here in Canada as well. So it'll be interesting to see her connect to more Nigerian artists since Wizkid. Anyway, what else have we not touched on? Yeah.
Say you love me, you put me in Chanel.
Yeah, Tyler Chanel, man.
Shout out to Tyler.
Shout out
man.
to Tyler. All right, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, can we wrap it up with our moral of the day?
Goodbye, everybody. Bye bye.
On that note, the moral of today is you can't predict what other people would like. So just do your own music.
Day your day.
Yes.
Nice.
That's the moral of today.
We love it. Shout out to everyone who's able to join the conversation. Shout out to Ṣẹwà for chatting with us about the Detox album. Appreciate you guys. Look out for Wednesday upload on DSP's platforms where you listen to your podcast. And yeah, also guys, check out some of the clips that we put up on YouTube as well for this one. For each episode, we kind of put some 10-minute clips as well in case some of you missed some of the conversations on that circuit as well. So tap into the YouTube channel, of course. And yeah, man, I think that's about it. We'll see you guys next week. Looking forward to more new music, of course. Enjoy the rest of your week. We out. Peace.